never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
On Wednesday, President Biden signed the Pact Act, a bill that expands access to VA health care for toxic-exposed veterans and survivors. Department of Veterans Affairs Secretary Dennis McDonough says every veteran will receive everything they deserve.
We'll stop at nothing to make sure every veteran, every family member, and every survivor gets everything they've earned and they deserve.
The bill will increase research, improve care, and provide the VA with resources to better help veterans and their families. Former President Donald Trump said he declined to answer questions from the New York AG's office during his deposition in its civil fraud investigation into the financial dealings of the former president and his company. Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The national average price for a gallon of regular gas may fall below $4 a gallon very soon. AAA reporting today's national average is $4.01. This as we head into the peak hurricane season, which has Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy remaining cautiously optimistic.
We're not in the clear yet. The peak of hurricane season starts in mid to late August. And I think my anxiety is going to be pretty elevated because if we see any major storm, I would say a Category 3 or stronger, targeting an area between New Orleans and Houston. Buckle up.
That audio courtesy of CNN. John Bolton is thanking the Justice Department for starting criminal proceedings related to the Iranian plot to murder him. An Iranian operative was charged in a scheme to kill the former National Security Administration official under the Trump administration and UN ambassador. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
On Monday, former President Donald Trump's home was raided by the FBI in Palm Beach, Florida. It is believed that the former president removed classified documents from the White House, but some say it may have something to do with the January 6 committee's investigation of Trump. Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody tells Fox and Friends that the claim can only be confirmed by the search warrant.
Presumably, the copy of the warrant would have left the charges that were backed up or that the affidavit supported in the search.
Trump is considering a run for president in 2024. As Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine continues, the cat-and-mouse game between the two countries also continues.
Representing a significant escalation in the war, Ukraine's Air Force said Wednesday that 9 Russian warplanes were destroyed in massive explosions at an airbase in Crimea. Russia denied any aircraft were damaged in Tuesday's blasts or that any attack took place.
Lance Pry reporting from the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau. A federal judge is rejecting a bid from 3 players on the Saudi-backed Live Golf circuit to be allowed back into the PGA Tour's FedEx Cup playoffs this week, scoring an early win for the PGA Tour as it defends itself against an antitrust challenge from the Live players it suspended. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty then. That's a much better way to start the day. Everything operating, functioning correct here on a Thursday morning as we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So welcome. Already headed down the backside of the work week. Thursday, Friday, weekend is on the horizon. Hey, feels a lot cooler outside the secret bunker, although it is still 72 degrees. What you definitely notice, boy, the humidity. It's pretty much gone. Much more comfortable conditions. As a frontal system is pushed through the area, we're going to look at overnight lows. So if we head toward the weekend, actually some cool nights in the offing. Yeah, relief is on the way for the eastern seaboard. Relief is on the way for much of the southeast. Did get a message from Tom there in Houston here a few minutes ago. Kind of a stormy night in Houston. Rough going along I-10 on the Gulf Coast tonight. He did say we need some rain, but we don't need it all at once. So I zoomed in, had actually some heavy rain several hours ago. The bulk of the heaviest rain is now further to the south, along a line stretching from Victoria to the Texas Gulf Coast. Still rain, spotty showers, and some pockets of heavier rain south of Houston. So raining along I-10 on the west side of Houston, raining along 69 from Houston to El Campo. Some of those heavier rains, as I mentioned, from Victoria, now just to the south of Bay City. Everything moving from north to south, pretty much due north to south there in southern Texas. There's a lot of spotty shower activity here and there throughout the southeast tonight. Cluster of showers just to the east of Florence, Alabama. Some showers and thunderstorms along the Georgia-Alabama line. Rain along I-75 from right about Chatsworth down to south and east of Rome. More shower activity. Going to be rolling along 85 there, just northeast of Roswell, Georgia. On over into South Carolina, some showers from Orangeburg along I-95 over toward Kingstree, eastern portions of North Carolina. Hey, I was scrolling through Facebook this past day. I came across our old pal Spaceman, who was live streaming a Facebook live feed. He was actually on the ferry, taking the ferry to, I think he was headed to Ocracoke Island there. So vacation time for Spaceman and Space Chick. But I'm looking at some heavy-duty showers and thunderstorms there along the outer banks of North Carolina tonight. Soggy night in Ocracoke, right? We head on up into Virginia with a batch of showers in central portions of the state. Heavy rain from about Orange, Virginia, down into Charlottesville, and on further south to Scottsville and Columbia. Like I said, spotty showers here and there. Some rain over eastern portions of West Virginia. More shower activity in the northeast. Hagerstown, Maryland, up to Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. You're in the rain. It was forecast. Weather forecasters have been telling us throughout the week this front was going to bring some relief to the northeast, but the trade-off would be the potential for flooding downpours. And apparently, according to the reports, that indeed was the case this past day in the D.C. area. Travel across Washington, D.C., chaotic Wednesday flash flooding. Quickly rose water to disastrous levels, prompting numerous water rescues. According to AccuWeather, flash flood warnings were issued for the nation's capital around as well as surrounding cities, Baltimore, Arlington, Virginia, Silver Springs, Maryland. Through the evening hours, rain began to come down in mass amounts about 4 o'clock this past afternoon. Great timing for the afternoon rush, which is a mess on a good day in D.C. So from D.C. on north of Lexington, Virginia, more than 4 inches of rain ended up falling in the D.C. area in 2 hours' time. That's coming down way too fast for the sewers and whatnot to take in. High water levels quickly encompassed Washington, D.C., D.C. proper, including Rhode Island Avenue, New Jersey Avenue. Havoc for drivers in the city. Local commuters taking public transportation. Not immune from the rain as water began to seep into some of the local metro trains. Another video captured water falling from the ceiling at the Capitol South station of the D.C. Metro service north of the city in Greenbelt, Maryland. The lanes of the Beltway outer loop were flooded into the evening commute, blocked by stalled vehicles. Water rescue responses, including a report of up to 10 automobiles stuck in high water right there on I-95. One noted as being fully submerged on the Capitol Beltway. One person in the incident on the interstate was successfully rescued inside a Greenbelt abode. 2 people rescued from inside a basement. While ground travel was severely hampered, air travel took on its own challenges in the D.C. area. Due to the thunderstorms, arriving flight delays averaged nearly 5 hours into Wednesday evening at Reagan National Airport. According to FlightAware, over 100 arriving flights were canceled this past evening, adding to the frightening scene in D.C., where lightning strikes captured on the city's Washington Monument Earth Cam showing off a kind of eerie conditions late into the afternoon. Now, the source of all this rain, obviously, the slow-moving cold front, which remains a factor across the Ohio Valley into the Northeast, including the I-95 corridor encompassing D.C. and Baltimore. Other cities that could experience flooding or weather-related delays through Wednesday night will include Nashville, Charleston, West Virginia, and Richmond, Virginia. But again, the trade-off is going to be cooler temperatures. You've been no stranger to the heat and humidity for several weeks. Of course, we've been in what they call the dog days of summer, right? It gets warm in the summertime. All right, this slow-moving front responsible for the heavy rain and flooding is going to pick up some steam over the next several days. Finally begin to move a bit quicker, dipping southward across much of the region. That's going to usher in a new weather pattern to start the weekend. For some areas, they tell us, this front's actually going to bring a bit of a taste of fall, which, believe it or not, is just a little over a month away. I'm not ready for that, honestly. Of course, the first half of the week, we saw the stifling heat, the humidity in the Northeast. This cold front's going to continue to progress toward the south and east, as it did through the past day. The cool down this causes should start in the Midwest and New England, then expand southward. Afternoon highs later Thursday and Friday, probably as much as 20 degrees lower compared to the high temperatures you saw the first half of this week. Now, unlike some cool stretches over the summer that fade pretty quick, looks like below normal temperatures should remain in place through the week's end for many locations. Boston, your 6-day heat wave has finally come to an end after you've hit at least 95 degrees each day from last Thursday through Tuesday of this week. Actually set some daily record highs on 4 of those 6 days, just shy of 100 degrees on several days. Further south, New York City, the cooling trend started this past day. After hitting 97 degrees in Central Park on Tuesdays, you were in the mid-80s this past afternoon, after peaking at 88 for a short while before the cooler air began to push in. Newark, New Jersey, you did notch another 100-degree day on Tuesday. So far, Newark has experienced more days in the triple digits than any year since 1993. That was the summer where you had 9 triple-digit high days. But the mild afternoons for the coming days will be followed by some cool overnight lows in the 50s and 60s across much of New England, the Mid-Atlantic, the Great Lakes, and yes, the Ohio Valley zones. Maybe time to break out the fire pit, sitting around the fire and enjoying the cool nights. Of course, we're into Thursday morning, 24 hours from now. Folks will be out gazing for the Perseid meteor shower, which will be peaking Thursday night into Friday morning. Of course, we do have the full moon Thursday. Moon's looking beautiful tonight, shining bright. Looks full, technically full moon Thursday night, but it'll look full tonight. It'll look full on Friday night. Enjoy the beautiful moon. Yeah, temperatures are probably going to dip to the lowest levels we've seen in a month or more. following the July and early August sweltering weather. Pittsburgh, for example, you're probably going to have your coolest night since about the middle of June, where you're going to dip into the lower 50s this weekend. Now, into the weekend, that cool down continues to press southward, even reaching into parts of the southeastern USA. Not a dramatic cool down like we're going to see further north, but yes, indeed, a cool down is expected. Raleigh and Charlotte, North Carolina, after many hot, humid days in the 90s for the first few days of August, you'll drop 5 to 10 degrees cooler by the time we get to Saturday. There you go. A common way to measure the dew point temperature, that's the amount of moisture in the air. Values in the mid to upper 60s or higher than that, that's considered very humid. We've seen those numbers in the 70s for much of the week so far. Dew point temperatures this high are considered extreme and make your temperature actually feel above 100 degrees. Well, after those dew points in the 60s and 70s, much drier air becomes the norm. Dew points are going to be in the 40s and 50s, so it's going to feel downright refreshing for many in the southeastern USA. As I mentioned, kind of like it feels outside the secret bunker tonight with 72 degrees, but a beautiful, beautiful night. Hello to Philly Dan out of the box here. Hope everybody has a great day. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Colton is on board. Kevin, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hello to Todd, checking in from Custer, Montana tonight with 83 degrees. Joe Self on board. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive crew. A muggy 70, still muggy there in Winchester, huh? 70 in Winchester, Virginia at the midnight hour. Stay safe and have a good night. Well, trust me, the humidity levels you're going to notice, probably by the time the sun comes up, it's going to feel more comfortable. Hello to the Michigan Madman. It's almost Bourbon 30. You've been racing tonight, have you there? Heavy D on board. Hello, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. 5-7, copy the mail. Deborah's on board. Morning, Steve. It's a nice 68 here in Indiana. Everybody stay safe out there driving, especially my special driver. Have a terrific Thursday, and yes, enjoy the nice weather. Hello to the Ice Cream Man in Suffolk, Virginia, where it's a rainy night, 71, trying to get to Iowa to see the wife and girlfriend. I notice when I see that you always question it. So, yes, the wife and girlfriend. Morning from Central Florida. There's Richard checking in with 75 degrees tonight. Hello, Steve, all the listeners out there. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry, of course. Pappy's on board with 69 at this hour in Harrison, Ohio. The raid no longer means raid, says them. Are we changing the definition of raid as well? We're kind of changing the definition of inflation. We're just changing the definition on the fly. Everything. Norman checks in from Estes Park, Colorado. Clear skies, 57 degrees. Sounds like a very comfortable night there in Colorado. Hey, Steve, did you see the posting from the IRS listing their job requirements and duties to be an agent? It's pretty scary. Yes, I saw that. They're looking for armed agents. You're going to be carrying your weapon, and you're going to have to be ready to deal with potentially violent situations. That's the job requirements for these, I guess, these 87,000 agents that they're going to be looking to hire. If this legislation does ultimately we'll give you more on that coming up. Crazy stuff. The IRS, let's see. Hello to Heat Wave. How about that? We're here tonight in western Arizona, headed for Southern California and beyond. It's been a while since we've heard from you, Heat Wave. No, we won't be going to Hawaii. That would be silly. Partly cloudy, though, a slight breeze, but 95 degrees there in western Arizona. All right, there's Rock Pick. Morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and fellow insomniacs. We're at 63 degrees, Rochester, New York. Had a plate of pasta. Soon to be checking my eyelids for holes and listening to the overnight drive on the radio. Stay safe and enjoy. All right, looks like there's Jeff on board. Says, I miss listening to you on 700. Well, you got us here. So great to have you on board there, Jeff. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive underway on a Thursday, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, what's on your mind here on a Thursday morning? Trust your week's going well. Again, our number, 844-844-3388. Got the rest of the story in regards to the IRS agents coming up here. First, hello to our friends there via tncradio.live this Thursday morning. Coming up at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, right after the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Stick around, tncradio.live. Catch 3 hours of news shows recorded live Wednesday evening. First, it's Tom Kirk, Ken Justice, and other originals discussing infrastructure issues around the country. An interactive edition of Keep On Talking. Then Angie Baum hosts a new episode of Taillights, Stories from the Road. Our old friend, but not too old, Granny's our guest. Finally, the only sports talk show for truckers starts at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Ivan and Josh bringing the latest in sports news and commentary. New things are happening on tncradio.live. You can hear us on over 4,000 devices, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All right, good to have you on board. So there's a bit of a uproar, online job postings for special agents within the law enforcement branch of the IRS, causing a bit of a stir on social media as Congress prepares to pass this spending bill that would greatly expand the federal agency. A link to a job posting for criminal investigation special agents appeared to have been briefly deleted this past day following some online criticism of the posting's language. It reappeared back online after a Fox Business inquiry to the agency. But it says a key requirement for applicants is that you have to be legally allowed to carry a firearm, and major duties include carry a firearm, be willing to use deadly force if necessary, and be willing and able to participate in arrests, execution of search warrants, and other dangerous assignments. Now, the requirement that agents be willing to use deadly force if necessary, that's what drew some heated criticism. Now, that same language appears in job postings for other law enforcement agencies like the FBI. But the IRS Criminal Investigation Special Agent job, that announcement continues to be a USA Jobs and has not or was not taken down. USA Jobs is where these positions are posted, and that's where applicants are referred to in order to apply, according to an IRS spokesperson. They say the announcement's been open since February of this year and will continue through the end of 2022. But all the uproar, I guess, to the post coincided with criticism of the proposed expansion of the IRS under this Inflation Reduction Act, which includes $80 billion to the IRS over a 10-year period. More than half of that's intended to help them crack down on tax evasion. So if passed, the money would go toward filling, as we've been hearing, 87,000 IRS positions, more than doubling the current size of the agency. It passed in the Senate over the past weekend. Of course, it was a 50-50 vote. Kamala Harris had to cast the tie-breaking vote. It's in the House now, likely headed for a vote maybe today or tomorrow, Thursday or Friday. Senate Democrats projected that enhancing IRS funding could add an extra $124 billion in federal revenue over the next 10 years by hiring more tax enforcers who can track down or crack down on rich individuals and corporations trying to evade taxes. Of course, Republicans say that this is going to fund literally an army of agents to crack down on small business owners and lower income workers. Americans who earn less than $75,000 a year are slated to receive 60% of additional tax audits under the Democrat spending package, according to the analysis by House Republicans. Now, I am seeing reports this past day where the Democrats are saying we are absolutely not going to be going after middle-income Americans. Who do you believe? More on that coming up here. First, a news break, and we'll get to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Former President Donald Trump declined to answer questions on Wednesday during a deposition with the Office of New York Attorney General Lolita James, asserting his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. President Biden is cheering the latest inflation report.
Well, the price of some things went up last month. The price of other things went down by the same amount. The result, zero inflation last month.
The Consumer Price Index for July was unchanged after a jump of 1.3% in June. Meanwhile, food prices rose another 1.1% and electricity jumped 1.6%. Wild swings in mortgage rates last week caused a rare surge in refinancing. Refi apps rose 4% for the week. The average for 30-year fixed mortgages increased to 5.47%. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So a little more on the IRS. The head of the IRS says we will absolutely not use this $80 billion in new funding to step up audits on low and middle income Americans. The IRS commissioner trying to reassure the Senate in a recent letter about the 87,000 new agents that'll be hired, part of the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. Now, this legislation includes $45.6 billion for what they call enforcement-related funds. That makes up more than half the appropriations. I said this is going to get us back to historical norms in areas of challenge for the agency, large corporate and global high net worth taxpayers, as well as new areas like pass-through entities and multinational taxpayers with international tax issues, which we need sophisticated, specialized teams to unpack some of these complex structures and identify non-compliance, so he says. Redding then added, these resources are absolutely not about increasing audit scrutiny on small businesses or middle-income Americans. Our investment of these resources is designed about the Department of Treasury's directive that audit rates should not rise relative to recent years for households making under $400,000. Now, there's conflicting numbers. The nonpartisan Watchdog Joint Committee on Taxation say they anticipate between 78 and 90% of the estimated $200 billion that the IRS will collect as a result of this bolstered workforce will indeed come from small businesses. Now, Biden and the Democrats insisting that if you're earning less than $400,000 annually, you'll not have to pay a cent more in taxes. But the Joint Committee on Taxation says no. Somewhere between 4 and 9% of the money collected will come from businesses earning above $500,000 a year. The IRS will have to target small and medium businesses because they don't fight back. We've seen this play out before. The IRS says we're going after the rich, but when you're trying to raise that much money, the rich are only going to get you so far. It's easier for the IRS to collect from small and mid-sized businesses. They're less likely to incur legal expenses to fight the agency, whereas these big, larger, wealthier companies, they've got lawyers on staff, much better equipped to battle the IRS. The approach here is double the IRS workforce, take the leash off, and see how much they can collect. And I think they'll collect it, but it's going to be quite painful, he says. So there you go, conflicting reports. I don't know. What do you say, Grump? Are they going to go after the middle-income businesses?
Oh, yeah. You know, it's laughable when I read that. I was sitting there thinking, you know, well, we're not going to go after these small businesses and stuff. Considering that small business makes up 93% of the total damn businesses in the United States,
yeah,
they're going to hire 87,000 IRS agents to look after the other 7%. Who in the hell believes that? You know, and it just blows my mind, Steve, that they're going to hire 87,000 IRS agents, armed idiots, to enforce the damn tax code and not one Border Patrol agent to enforce the border. You can't make this stuff up. And before they go after all these small businesses and every damn thing, why don't they sit there and put the pen to the paper? All right, 87,000 IRS agents at a salary of $110,000 starting out as a GS 16 or some crap like that. So $110,000 bucks. That's about over the 10-year period that they're talking. that's about $110 billion. It's going to go after $120 billion. What kind of stupid are these people? They're going to create this kind of a bureaucracy for $10 billion when it's all said and done. And it's not even going to be that much, because they don't even have space available for all these clowns. They got to rent buildings. They got to do all this other stuff. It's going to cost the entire $40 billion that they have allotted for this, just to buy the guns to arm the people with, to buy the desks, the chairs, the cars, and all the rest of this stuff. And of course, they're going to have to, everything else is going to go through the roof, because they're going to have IRS agents flying all over the country doing audits of small businesses. I guess if you like your health care, you can keep your health care.
Oh, that was the problem. That's right. Scooter makes a good point. He just sent me he said, hey, Steve, I don't know what the criteria to be considered rich in this country is, but the rich or the wealthy. He said the wealthy account for about 2% of the populace. Anyone who thinks they need to double the size of the IRS to go after 2% of the people are just ignorant. As it stands now, low to middle income people are already 5 times more likely to be audited. So they're straight up lying to us.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when you look at the wealthiest of the people out here, it makes up 2%, but they already pay 73% of the taxes. Why aren't they auditing the government? Number one, that would be, hell, they just said that there's billions of damn dollars from this payroll protection and all the rest of this crap that hasn't even been spent yet. It's just sitting there, just out in the cloud, just waiting for somebody to lie on a form so they can get a hold of it. Democrats have got to be the dumbest damn creatures I have ever seen in my life. I mean, you just can't put a limit on how stupid these people are. It's, let me step over $10 to get to a dime. It's no longer about we the people. And this whole thing that happened to Trump, I hope that man sues the hell out of everybody. I really do. I know that the FBI has some immunities on how they can handle things and how they can handle their, whether or not they can be charged on this, because they supposedly had a, legitimate excuse from it. From what? The National Archives? I mean, Jiminy Christmas. That'd be like, a librarian calling up saying, I'm going to stick the cops on you because you got a book overdue or some crap. It's ridiculous. And it's just every day you just wake up, Steve, and you go, what the hell is going to happen today? I just wonder how they're going to circumvent the Constitution or what they're going to do about it. Really, it just, I've never seen people in my life that is, and we're moving that direction to where the Constitution is post-America. It's one of these things that they just look at anymore. Don't even worry about dusting that old document off. Just stick the damn thing back in the closet. We're going to do what we want to do anyway. Yeah. And you got this gutless bunch of damn Republicans that'll stand around there. We're going to take the high road. We're not going to argue with them. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. Yeah, how's that working out? Every time you get in a fight, when Bernie Sanders is sat there out arguing some of the best Republicans over stupid stuff, you're sitting there going, why don't you put that old fart in his place? Tell him what kind of mooch he's been since 1972. A man that's never had a damn job in his life except government. But that's the problem we're having. That is exactly the problem we have, and is we got these dinosaurs and these old relics like Joe Biden, who's been around 50 freaking years. You can't tell me that he is spotless, but yet, according to the DOJ and people like that, well, he's untouchable, so it didn't really matter. It's like Hillary Clinton. That's all I heard was, yep, she's going to be wearing a striped pantsuit, just as soon as Trump gets in office. And I said, bull. That ain't never going to happen. It wouldn't matter whether, what Trump wants. He's got to have a DOJ, number one, that's going to prosecute this stuff. And this is the problem that we have, is that the DOJ sits around and they got laws for them and then laws for us. And this is exactly why they want 87,000 of them morons running around here going, hey, did you pay all your taxes? No, look, I took all the legal damn deductions I have, and it's, do I keep tax records for 7 to 10 years? Hell no, I don't. I keep them for 3 years. If they want to go back any further than that, they can kiss my lily white butt. I am sick and tired of this police state that we're now living in. And it just don't seem to get any better, regardless of who's in office. Maybe it would if we had some term limits that had people in there and got rid of congressional retirement funds and slush funds and that 987 freaking aircraft that we got sitting over at Andrews Air Force Base, the little jets and every damn thing else that's sitting around there just waiting to fly one of them jackasses around, on some junket trip. And we have to pick up the damn tab of it, and it just never ends anymore. It just, every year, it just gets worse and worse and worse, and it's going to continue to get worse as long as we got this cabal of boneheads in Congress that really don't give a rat's rear about you or me. It's all about when they start when the first day they get to Congress, the dumbasses is already figuring out how in the hell can they run for re-election. Before they do anything, they raise their hand. Yeah, I swear to uphold and defend the Constitution against all enemies, blah, 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 blah. And by the way, can you donate to my freaking campaign? Because I'm here for good. There needs to be a limitation on something. I'm not kidding you. It's just, regardless of how good a congressman or senator is, hell, there's got to be somebody out there that's just as good or better, that is willing to step up and say, look, let's go back to the founding principles, number one. We had lawyers, we had doctors, we had writers, we had these farmers that we called the founding fathers, that actually got out and bled for this damn country. You gonna tell me Nadler's gonna bleed for anything other than a splinter in his big fat ass from sliding across a bar stool or something? That's about as close as it's gonna get. It is embarrassing, and I do mean embarrassing, to see what this country is falling into. And I served most of my life in the damn military. I wouldn't go back in that crap for nothing. All this woke crap, the first person that walked up to me and said, hey, you don't call me this, I'd slap the damn snot out of that jackass. I mean, it's got to end sometime. Yep. People has got to look at it and say, look, I at least have some respect for everything that this country stands. It's still the best country out there. But it's not going to be if we don't do something about it. And this crap that they're doing right now to Donald Trump, it's like we're going to pick and choose, right here, who we want as president. Now, we're going to do everything we possibly can to lock him up because he made too much sense last time, and he's just not part of the swamp. He's just not that kind of a person. What pissed him off most about Trump was he had an ass pocket full of money, and they could not buy him. And Trump probably knew where most of the damn bodies were buried. I read his book. He made it clear congressmen and senators are nothing but prostitutes. Wave a few campaign dollars in front of them, they do any damn thing under the sun, except for the American people. It's just I don't know, man. Like I said, this country's just teetering on the edge, and if the right don't get their asses over on the right side and start looking at how it was the founding principles of this country, the left's going to take it over. And it's not, but the left makes up about 22% of the big mouths out here. And you got idiots like AOC and Omar. She won her primary again, by 3,000 votes. That's 3,000 dumbasses I'd certainly like to have a conversation with. We drug her out of the sewers of Somalia, gave her a free education, and the bitch ain't done nothing but gripe about this country ever since. Now, that's gratitude right there, buddy. And AOC is just as damn bad, but that's the people that they're listening to. That's the ones that are sitting there, that they think is making all the sense. Who's voting for them? It's that demographic of dumbasses that wants their college debt erased. It's that bunch of goofballs that says, yeah, I'll buy a Tesla just as soon as I get my lawyer degree, or I get my economics degree, and I can, get a government job. You damn right I'll buy one. Man, I'll tell you, it's just what a world we live in right now. Yeah. What a country. But hey, that's my gripe for
Hey,
tonight. Anyway, how you doing?
Talking about the brainwashed going backwards, I had a story which says a majority of Americans now support electing a president through the popular vote instead of the Electoral College, according to the Pew Research Center. They said 63% of Americans would prefer using the popular vote. Now, we know that you talk about going back to the founding fathers, the Constitution. Yet, why do we have an Electoral College? If we go that route, we're doomed to be ruled by the likes of the left, the AOCs, the Bernie Sanders, the Elon Omars, for forever and ever. We'll never have a right-leaning, right-thinking individual running this country again.
You know, and what gets me is they're so apt to talk about the flyover states. You know, that they're just this whole bunch of redneck bunch of dumbasses that really don't matter anyway. It's all these little yuppies and stuff like that that's in these populations in the metropolis of Chicago and New York City and Miami and LA and all these other places. That these flyover states, they really don't matter. That hey, look how many votes that Joe Biden got. All right, let's take a damn good look at how many votes Joe Biden got. Joe Biden was focused on, and that's exactly what would happen if they got rid of the Electoral College, is Joe Biden would do nothing but hide in his basement and talk to the likes of Joe Biden, people like him, and talk to nothing but the metropolises. The people in the rural areas, and the founders knew that. The founders knew that this is a growing nation, that in order for it to be fair, it had to have an electoral college. You had to have electoral people. You had to vote for people. You had to elect God dang it, right on the tip of my tongue there. You had to God gummit. Anyway, you had these candidates that you had to vote for people that were going to vote for whoever the majority was, and that's hell, if you got 55% of the people in Florida voted for Trump, then all the people in the Electoral College was going to say, yeah, we're going to vote for Trump. That we cast our vote for Trump. That's the way it is. That's what tips the scale. And Omar and AOC and Bernie and all the rest of these fools, they're going to stay in office anyway. They're from a group of people, Steve, that don't give a rat's rear about this country. They're drunk on power. All they want to do is tell people how to live their lives. Look at AOC. Take a good look at that dingbat. Number one, she says she has an economics degree, but her parents were both architects that run that was part of the biggest architectural firm in New York City. She grew up a girl of privilege. She never wanted for a damn thing in her life. She talked about her college debt. She didn't have any freaking college debt. And it's just like her, all this crap that happened on January 6th. She's sitting there talking about, she needs counseling now. She has to go through all this therapy and every damn thing because her life was threatened. Bull. She wasn't nowhere around there. But this is the phonies that we have that wants to do away with the only fair process there is in voting, and that's to have the Electoral College that guarantees every state and every person in every state gets a voice. But no, hell no. You got these fools. They don't even know what the hell the Electoral College is. They honest to God don't. And that's why Congress meets on January 6th, to certify the election. It's I don't know, man. It just blows my mind anymore how dumb this group of kids are that's growing up, and how they're walking around with their damn hand out.
Yeah, it's because we're erasing history. You're supposed to learn from your mistakes. You're supposed to learn from your history. We're erasing history, so that's this new generation that's coming up do not know. They're not aware. Yeah, speaking of which, I got a story about, I guess, inflation is high. Budgets are stretched. And a lot of folks are looking at, we talked about cutting the cable, right? The cost of your cable bill. Yeah, people have been cutting the spectrum or cutting the dish, because it's $150, $200 a month, and going to more of the streaming services like Netflix or the Disney streaming or the Amazon streaming for a lesser price. They say that there is a generation out there that apparently doesn't actually even know that free television still exists. You can still get your rabbit ears and your converter box and watch your local television for free. They don't even know it exists. All righty, rolling to our news update. We'll be heading down the home stretch for hour number 1. Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. A moonlit night at the Speedway in Martinsville, 76 degrees. Now, it was pouring down rain in Winchester when I left earlier. Some bad flooding this past evening in D.C. Yes, indeed. Morning, or evening, should I say, wherever you may be. Brother Rambler checking in with you from the Big Easy, where it's a nice 75 degrees tonight. Yeah, we lost a true legend yesterday, God's children. Rest in peace to Judo Gene LaBelle, who trained such people as Bruce Lee, Chuck Norris. Gene LaBelle taught such people as Rowdy Roddy Piper, Bryan Danielson, Ronda Rousey, how to wrestle. He was also a Hollywood stuntman who worked with John Wayne, Charles Bronson, Clint Eastwood, and many other legends. What a true legend and what a loss. I'll check in later to say hello. Until then, everybody take care and God bless. There you go. All right, news update just ahead, after which we'll get to some of the industry headlines. Plenty to cover there. Yeah, the inflation numbers. You're probably going to hear that in the news update here, where the president is saying zero inflation in the month of July. Well, all right, zero inflation increase from June to July. Inflation is still running at 8.5% year over year. In other words, maybe the inflation has peaked at this point in time. It's another one of those scenarios where you're trying to, I guess, change the definition. Everything's hunky-dory now. We've reached the top, and things are going to... More on that coming up here. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
On Wednesday, President Biden signed the Pact Act, a bill that expands access to VA health care for toxic-exposed veterans and survivors. Department of Veterans Affairs Secretary Dennis McDonough says every veteran will receive everything they deserve.
We'll stop at nothing to make sure every veteran, every family member, and every survivor gets everything they've earned and they deserve.
The bill will increase research, improve care, and provide the VA with resources to better help veterans and their families. Former President Donald Trump said he declined to answer questions from the New York AG's office during his deposition in its civil fraud investigation into the financial dealings of the former president and his company. Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The national average price for a gallon of regular gas may fall below $4 a gallon very soon. AAA reporting today's national average is $4.01. This as we head into the peak hurricane season, which has Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy remaining cautiously optimistic.
We're not in the clear yet. The peak of hurricane season starts in mid to late August. And I think my anxiety is going to be pretty elevated because if we see any major storm, I would say a Category 3 or stronger, targeting an area between New Orleans and Houston, buckle up.
That audio courtesy of CNN. John Bolton is thanking the Justice Department for starting criminal proceedings related to the Iranian plot to murder him. An Iranian operative was charged in a scheme to kill the former National Security Administration official under the Trump administration and UN ambassador. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
On Monday, former President Donald Trump's home was raided by the FBI in Palm Beach, Florida. It is believed that the former president removed classified documents from the White House, but some say it may have something to do with the January 6 committee's investigation of Trump. Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody tells Fox and Friends that the claim can only be confirmed by the search warrant.
Presumably, the copy of the warrant would have left the charges that were backed up or that the affidavit supported in the search.
Trump is considering a run for president in 2024. As Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine continues, the cat-and-mouse game between the two countries also continues.
Representing a significant escalation in the war, Ukraine's Air Force said Wednesday that 9 Russian warplanes were destroyed in massive explosions at an airbase in Crimea. Russia denied any aircraft were damaged in Tuesday's blasts or that any attack took place.
Lance Pry reporting from the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau. A federal judge is rejecting a bid from 3 players on the Saudi-backed LIV Golf circuit to be allowed back into the PGA Tour's FedEx Cup playoffs this week, scoring an early win for the PGA Tour as it defends itself against an antitrust challenge from the LIV players it suspended. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
That's a valid point. Hey, Scooter said, hey, somebody ask Senile Joe if inflation is zero, then why do we need the Inflation Reduction Act? It's because inflation isn't zero. No. All right, inflation slowed, indeed, maybe a bit more than expected in July, prompting the Biden administration to announce mission accomplished. And I quote, before I begin today, I want to say a word about the news that came out today relative to the economy. Actually, I just want to say a number. 0. Today, we received news our economy had 0% inflation in the month of July. says Joe Biden. Well, that might come as a surprise to many Americans who actually saw prices on most things they buy go up. Now, the zero figure Biden is referring to comes from the fact that the headline Consumer Price Index was unchanged from the prior month, largely due to the decline in gas prices. Now, excluding energy, consumer prices rose 0.4% in July compared with June. That would not feel like zero inflation to most people. Here we have the Biden administration reverting to their preferred reaction to economic news. Try to change the reality by changing the description of reality. They love to quibble about the definition of recession, convinced that if they can mount a sophisticated enough argument that somehow we're going to be less unhappy about economic conditions, and presumably more willing to vote for Democrats come November. Now, when inflation was being driven up by soaring gas prices, they told us, look at the underlying inflation. Don't pay attention to Putin's price hike, remember? Now that gas is pulling down headline inflation, the president takes to the national airwaves to declare inflation has fallen to nothing. Now, back on this attempt to shape the public perception through rhetoric, not surprising. It's proven so ineffective to date. 58% of the public today believes we are actually in recession. Inflation is by far and away the number one issues in front of American voters. It's hard to fool people about inflation. We see the prices on things we're buying continue to rise, telling us that prices are not up at all. Just it makes them appear foolish, out of touch with reality. Now let's get a couple of facts on the table. The Consumer Price Index is up 8.5% from a year ago. The traditional way of looking at inflation, according to the data from the Department of Labor this past day. Now, that represents indeed a cooling of the 9.1% inflation in March that was the largest in 4 decades. It turns out, however, if you exclude the most recent 2 months, this July figure is still the highest inflation in 4 decades. Your core CPI, which excludes food and energy, rose 0.3%. That is the slowest pace in 3 months' time. We're up 5.9% compared to a year ago. Price hikes indeed slowed in the month of July. They did not stop. We can take one example right here. Although the Consumer Price Index came in lower than expected, inflation is indeed still hitting at the grocery store. The food at home category soared to 13.1% over the last year, the largest increase since the period ending in March of 1979. According to the Labor Department this past day, egg prices in particular have been driven higher by one of the worst bird flu outbreaks in U.S. history, killing more than 30 million commercial and wild birds. The crisis hurt egg-laying hens and turkeys the most. Although the outbreak has eased, growers are still trying to repopulate their flocks, which will ultimately bring prices down eventually. But we've been fighting inflation by trading down to value brands. People are shopping for deals. They say 55% of ice cream was purchased with coupons in the month of July. Overall, food prices are up 14% year over year through the month of July, according to IRI. That's the research firm that compiles their insights from the actual point of sale data. But what's going on, High Tech?
Well, how does it feel to be a rich man?
I don't know. Should I know?
You're rich. I mean, 87,000 IRS agents, they got to do something, so I figure me and you's rich now because we're going to get audited.
Okay, all right. So the new definition of rich is anybody, right?
Well, have you ever? I mean, I've done a little work for the government, and the 87,000 employees, they've got to do something to justify their existence. So when they get through with whoever, they've already said they're going after some of the nonprofits, which means the little churches that are 501c3s.
Yeah.
All those churches are going to have to justify their nonprofit status. So, that's who they're going to go after, is the right wingers and anybody that speaks out against them. But I figured out a way that I could run for president and not get assassinated. And I would make Donald Trump my vice president. That way I could get away with anything.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, nobody would dare kill me if he was my vice president.
Oh, boy.
But now it's like I hear people all the time complaining. I mean, you can go out there and run, too. I mean, how about Steve Sommers for city councilman, or you could be mayor of Cincinnati or something.
Boy, that would be a lifetime dream.
Well, I mean, somebody's got to do it. I mean, you already got gray hair, so a few more gray hairs wouldn't be no big deal. But yeah, it's. I mean, it's almost comical. I mean, the day after Trump gets raided, the FBI grabs another representative and confiscates his phone.
Yep.
This sounds like a fishing expedition. Either that or, now we know the FBI would never, ever plant evidence.
Right, you think?
Who's ever heard?
Yep.
Who's ever heard of stuff like that? Because they're so honest and non-political. But I believe I've heard from several different sources that while they were searching, they wouldn't let the attorneys go in there, and they tried to get them to turn the security cameras off while they were doing their little thing in there.
Exactly.
That just sounds, it doesn't pass the smell test. But I've seen this before. I've been around a while. If you remember, I think old Slick Willie or Bill, he started weaponizing the IRS against conservative groups way back then. I mean, Waco happened and Ruby Ridge happened under Clinton. And then under Obama, we had what was that, Lavoie, where they went out there and tried to shut down the ranch, and all that was under Obama. So any type of authoritarian crap that goes on seems to happen under a Democratic Socialist Party. I don't think we should call them Democrats. They just come out and call them socialists.
Yeah.
They're not. Well, the Southern Democrat, that was the old slave owners. I can't figure out how did the Southern Democrats talk the slaves into voting for them? It's like, they got to be geniuses. That previous caller said, "Oh, these Democrats are dumb." I said, "No, they're smart. They're geniuses." I mean, who else is going to get the slaves to vote for their masters? It's like, that's kind of weird. And I brought that up once to some people down there that were out of Philadelphia, was buying a dog, and she just didn't see the humor in that. But, speaking of no inflation, I know my dog food prices went up another $5 for a 30-pound bag in July.
Wow.
But I'm sure that doesn't count, and it's average now for decent, not the most expensive, not the cheapest, is about $2 a pound for dry dog food.
Okay.
So it went for a 30-pound bag, in January, it went from I think it was 38. It went from 38 to 49, and then about April, it went from 49 to 55, and then last month it went up to $60. So it's like Fido's getting expensive here.
Yep.
So anyhow, it's like, I was sitting here watching that, and I was sitting there saying, man, this is getting downright comical. And something's got to happen, because if the election is the midterms, so something's got to happen, because there's no way they can allow, Cheney, all the rhinos to be kicked out, and the if the what do you call them, the America First group,
Yep.
or
The MAGA group.
MAGA
group. Yep.
The MAGA gets in, and I tell you what, I was looking, and I believe you were talking about it when you were back on the air about Trump. I'll admit he was a narcissist, but he likes to toot his own horn.
Yep.
But if you go back on there and you even do a Wikipedia, even New York Times, all the things he did in office, Orange Man wasn't that bad. He may have talked a line of crap, but he did a fairly good job.
Absolutely. He said a lot of mean tweets, but you know what? He told it like it was. He said what the everyday American citizen was thinking.
Well, I know. That's why I said. That's why it was so funny when he would do that. When he would do those mean tweets, I was thinking, you know what? He is treating Twitter like most truck drivers treat Channel 19. When you get he would have done good on the CB radio, going back past the truck stop on Channel 19, just to get people fired up,
pissing people off.
Yeah. So basically, and I don't believe I ever remember any other president bringing in, I think it was his first term his first year in office, had truck drivers and semi-trucks in front of the White House. Wasn't that his first year that he brought all the drivers in?
Yes, it was.
And talking about the transportation.
Albeit it was the ATA and America's Road Team, but that's he was in support of the truck drivers. Yes, he was. All right, High Tech, I got to get to a break here. Thanks for checking in, though. Yeah, nice to be a rich person now. Yep. So the IRS can go after us. It is 844-844-3388.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I made a couple of posts this past day, kind of in jest, but it's a kind of, because it could actually be reality. One of them was, I can't remember exactly how I put it, breaking news. Statement from the FBI. Yeah, look at these documents we planted, I mean found, at Trump's house. If they start bringing stuff out, can you honestly trust and believe that whatever they're going to show us was actually there? And then I said, what about the prospect of actually planting evidence? And I hadn't thought about the fact, but what's her name? Kimberly Guilfoyle said she's concerned they may have actually been planting evidence or even listening devices. They did not allow anybody to supervise what they were doing. They specifically requested to turn off the security cameras. Now, this is the fiance of Donald Trump Jr. speaking this past day. Said, why did they do that? Because they didn't want to be caught with what they were doing. How do you know there weren't listening devices planted or evidence planted there? This is something that has to be investigated and checked out. We want to see the affidavit and what was their probable cause to be able to go in there in the first place. Now, regardless of this endless search of a crime, she said her future father-in-law's base is actually just getting stronger over this injustice. I campaigned and I go all over the country with them, meeting everybody, and the support of the president literally unprecedented. I mean, it's more right now than we saw in 2016. It's more than 2020. So these people, their worst living nightmare is Donald Trump back in the White House. Well, it might just happen. Yep. Speaking of when will we see the, because everyone's been saying the same. Well, what was their probable cause? It appears a judge has given them a very short window of opportunity to actually unveil that. The Department of Justice is being required to respond to a request by the New York news outlet to make public the warrant that led to the raid of Mar-a-Lago. Federal Magistrate Judge Bruce Reinhart, who reportedly signed the warrant, has ordered the Justice Department to file a response to the motion to unseal no later than next Monday. The request, they say, was made by a news outlet in Albany, New York, as well as the conservative legal action group Judicial Watch. We talked about that last evening. Trump's attorney said Reinhart signed off on the warrant, the warrant application for this FBI raid, which has provoked a massive backlash. Officials on both sides questioning the motive for the raid and the manner of the execution. Now, Trump has himself alleged it's just a continuation of the efforts by political enemies to tarnish him ahead of a potential run to reclaim the White House. I think, you think? All right, 26 past the hour. Good morning, senor. Long time no talk.
Good morning, senor. Yes, it's been a while. You know, them days of working the days, that's kind of a drag. So, because anytime I listen to you on the replay, I want to call in so bad, and I got to slap myself back in reality because it's daytime. Well, I guess y'all heard about the hate crimes that we had in Albuquerque over the last 2 weeks, where 4 Muslim men were shot, 3 were killed. The 4th one, so far as we know, has survived. And then there was one that was killed in November of last year. And the governor and the president got on the tube and says, hey, this is a hate crime. We must stop the hate. Well, they found out who it was. They got a suspect.
Mm-hmm.
But he himself is a Muslim.
Oh.
So the left is just falling over themselves. You know, they cannot believe that a Muslim would do this to
Now, what is,
other Muslims.
have they said what his motivation was? Have they got to that yet?
No, as far as I know, they have not come to that yet. I guess they're still investigating. So, I mean, you know, in the left's zeal to put anyone and everyone down, hoping it was white trash redneck out there with an axe to grind, you know, they seem to keep on throwing these ideas out there, and they turn around and slap themselves right back in the face, you know. And I mean, how many times do you have to wipe your face from the egg that you've thrown that boomeranged and hit you before you realize it's not worth, you know, throwing this crap out there? I mean, because the word hate was thrown in there, the Albuquerque Police Department, I mean, they bent over backwards to try to accommodate these people, and then they got somebody. But what about all these other killings that are out there? I mean, I had one young lady, I just said, a Muslim killing others. Who would have thunk it? You know, and why do we need to put the moniker of Muslim in front of these people that were killed? What about the other 71 people in the city that have been killed so far? Are we going to say they were a white Jew or a black Christian or a Native American? No, they're all people. And she says, well, they were targeted. And I says, well, yeah, they were by a Muslim. So go figure.
Yeah, and, that doesn't fit their narrative. So yeah, I hadn't really paid. I've seen a couple of headlines. I haven't brought it up on the program because I don't really know anything much about it. So yeah, you've just informed me more than I knew about it.
Yep, and then of course there's that incident in Gallup, New Mexico, which is about 130 miles west of Albuquerque, where they every Friday or Saturday they have a Native American parade that's going on until I think September 1st or whenever Labor Day is. These three men climbed into an SUV and they start driving down the parade path, and I think they injured 15 people, including 2 Gallup police officers. And the Native American, the drivers hit a parked car, and the crowd was trying to get over there and beat the drunk men into submission, but they were held back. And as far as I know, they were not held behind bars for long. They just went to a detox center and let out as soon as they sobered up.
Wow.
And apparently one of the people that of the injured has succumbed to their injuries. So, and this gentleman, we'll use that term loosely, he has been arrested for DUI or DWI, whatever they call it, a couple of times already. But they dropped the charges because I guess time expired or whatever to charge these people. But I mean, even if it was, I mean, he was already driving on a suspended license. You know, and they cry, scream, and complain about the system, but to keep voting the same people in that are keeping this farce of a system going. You know, they always complain, we need to do something. Well, stop voting in the same people you keep voting in that don't do a damn thing to begin with. So, yeah. But other than that, we're getting plenty of rain out in my neck of the woods. Anything that was brown is now green, which means I got to go out there and do some more mowing when I get back.
Wait a minute. I thought you had AstroTurf, dummy.
Well, yeah, the backyard, but in the front yard, I do have grass growing.
Okay.
I planted sod last year, and it's come up really nice. I don't have the front yard all done. I just got certain sections by the kitchen and the entrance. But yeah, that's all coming up. And oh yeah, we do have weeds and cacti out there. So I dug up all the cactus, but I'm still mowing down the weeds. I need to get me a couple of sheep or goats so they can go out there and keep it trimmed for me.
There you go.
But, yep, so I see you're getting close, so I better let you go, senor. All righty, we'll listen in to you and call you in on that loneliest hour.
Hey, good to hear from you. Yeah, it's been, like I said, been a while working, being a solar-powered driver a whole lot as of late. Yeah, a little late for the news break. It is 844-844-3388 on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Former President Donald Trump is refusing to answer deposition questions as part of a civil investigation into his business in New York. The former president using his constitutional right to plead the fifth in a probe carried out by the New York Attorney General, who's looking into whether the Trump Organization improperly reported real estate assets. According to the latest CPI, inflation is taking a breather in July.
Inflation in July dropped slightly to 8.5% from 9.1% a month earlier. The decrease was announced Wednesday morning by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The House is in session on Wednesday, and President Biden and the First Lady are in South Carolina for vacation. This is USA Radio News.
Make money doing what you love. It can be done. Matter of fact, it has been done. Consider the story of Jack London. He's one of the highest paid writers of all time. Authored The Call of the Wild, recently released as a blockbuster movie starring Harrison Ford. Jack grew up in a rough neighborhood in Oakland, poor, uneducated, and a school dropout. As a child, Jack fell in love with the idea of being a writer. The notion that an uneducated, dirt-poor school dropout from Oakland could someday be a published writer was insanity. You know the rest of the story, though. Jack London became one of the richest writers of all time. Discover Jack's secret that allows anyone of any income or educational level to make money doing what they love. Whatever it is you love more than anything else, let's make that your prosperous living. Go right now to discoveringjack.com. That's discoveringjack.com. His secret is free. Just go to discoveringjack.com. discoveringjack.com.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, shout out to Ricky Roadway. Sent me a message here a few minutes ago. Steve just wanted to pop on for a second. I do have to get back to bed, but I'm going to be doing one of my live events Sunday, August 21st. 1 o'clock Central Time. I'll be taking it on the road for one day. Grand opening of my friend's Bar and Grill in Hazel Green, Wisconsin. Just wanted to pass that on. It's Ricky Roadway. Have a great night. Thank you there. Okay, so, yeah, mark that down. August 21. You'll find him on Facebook at Richard Rick Tittle Sr. Tittla. Richard Rick Tittle Sr. Yeah, our old pal Ricky Roadway. All right. Hello to Eskimo Mom on board this morning. Checked in a little bit earlier. Howdy from Indiana. We are growing up in privilege where our kids get everything they want, don't have to work for it, and learn how to go without. Anyway, got hazy skies on I-64 with 73 degrees at this hour. And we've dropped a few outside the secret bunker down to 69 currently. All right, good to have you on board. Well, under the heading alcohol abuse. No. Dateline Louisville, Kentucky this past day. A semi overturned in Kentucky Wednesday morning, spilling thousands of beer cans all over the interstate. The Louisville Metro Police tell WLKY the crash happened a little before 9 o'clock a.m., about 8:50 a.m. The truck was coming from the I-71 ramp onto the Gene Snyder Freeway in Kentucky when it overturned, spilling thousands of cans of the Monkey Gouger's favorite Bud Light beer. Kentucky Transportation Cabinet's traffic response and incident management assisted the river cities, saying that the roadway was blocked for some time as crews worked to clean up the beer cans. Louisville police via Twitter said the crash involved no injuries, recommending drivers headed into the area be cautious. Driver was able to get out of the truck on his own. The cause of the crash has not been released. If I had to make a guess, I'd say, well, in all likelihood, he was going too fast to navigate the curve, you think? In most cases, that's why a truck overturns on a ramp. Just saying. All right, back to the calls we go at 844-844-3388. Would that be the Big Moose?
In the place, what are you doing this morning?
Here we are, same old, playing that radio thing.
Yeah, I'm playing truck driver. Boy, it's a shame about all that St. Louis kidney squeezes getting smeared all over the Gene Snyder down there, wasn't it?
How sad,
Oh, man, I tell you what, they probably some poor 22-year-old soul with his jacked up Ford F-150 pickup truck listening to a Leonard Skinner CD that just crying his heart out because his barley pop got smeared everywhere. And I don't say that much of a tragedy there, Steve. You know, Bud Light be all right. I mean, Bud Light, you know, it's not a big loss. That's been blasted.
Now, if it was blast, I hear you.
We'd been openly weeping tonight, you know. I mean, but Bud Light, I mean, why not pour Bud Light all over the road? At least it's good for something, you know, wash the pavement with it. Yeah. Oh, well. You'll have that on big jobs. Now, I just sitting there listening to all of the woes of the world today and the IRS hiring. What do you think about the IRS hiring these gun-toting rogue assassins? Gotta be willing to use deadly force to work for the IRS now, Steve.
That's correct.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what. I hope you got them taxes paid up because they ain't going to do you like they did Willie Nelson. They just come in and sold his stuff. Now they come in and gun you down. Man alive. Well, I tell you what, Steve. Here's where my position is on the whole situation. This has gone beyond political ideology. This is almost to the point of, you know, I don't even know what word to describe it. But I mean, this is not politics, as politics has been, you know, defined for the last year. I mean, this is a personal attack against people who don't follow their, you know, theory. I mean, if you don't fit their ideal of what a quote-unquote American should be, you're not, you're going to be attacked. I mean, and they're saying this. I mean, they're coming out and they're saying it, you know. If you own guns, you're an enemy of the state, you know. If you vote Republican, you're an enemy of the state. If you're a conservative, you're an enemy of the state. If you're a Christian, you're an enemy of the state. And all of these things, you know, and they're reinforcing this ideology more every day, and we're sitting by and letting it happen, you know. And now they're hiring, 87,000 armed IRS agents.
Yes, sir.
That have to, quote unquote, be willing to use deadly force. What in the hell does a damn pencil-pushing IRS accountant, basically, have got any business carrying a gun to start with, much less be willing to use deadly force? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's the equivalent of the local grammar school hire saying, well, I tell you what, if you want to be a janitor here at the school, not only do you have to know how to use a mop and a bucket, but you've got to be legally able to carry a gun and be willing to use deadly force. It's not germane to the job. You know, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. But I tell you where I'm standing on this whole situation, Steve. These people that are embracing this leftist ideology, this quote-unquote wokeness, this quote-unquote open-mindedness, they are not just, they are my enemy. That is my enemy. Those are people that are out to get me personally. They're saying it on television. They're saying it on radio. They're saying it in the news. these people are out to get me, not for my beliefs, but me personally. They're coming at me personally. They say that we are coming after your guns. They don't say we're coming after the guns or we're coming after a particular type of gun. They say we are coming after your guns. You see what I'm saying? And they've made this so personal that there ain't no other way to feel about it, you know? And this is a personal attack against me. That's the only way I can take it, because of their wording that they're using. That's the only way I can take it. And I tell you what, just sitting idly by, trimming my wick, waiting to see what goes on. But I tell you what, I've done made preparations to take care of me and mine, and I can disappear like a fart in a perfume factory, buddy, and I can make it happen pretty quick too. And and the first thing I'm going to do is take this telephone and throw it in the river on my way out of town, because you want to talk about tethering yourself to the world. Out of that telephone, they can find out the temperature of your ass in that seat because you're holding that telephone, if they really want to find out.
Yep.
You know, and it's crazy, man. And I hope like hell I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm going to. I think that the day of free and fair elections in this country is over. You're going to see a corruptness of biblical proportions in this next election cycle. You're going to see that all of this effort to discredit, the conservative movement, and all of this effort to promote these mail-in ballots and keep people up, and all of this monkeypox and COVID and all this crap that they're using to scare people out of in-person voting, this is all going to come to a head here real quick, Steve, and we're going to see just how corrupt this has got. I mean, they're going to appoint. There's not going to be any elections anymore. It's going to be appointments, and they've got control of all three branches of government. They're going to be appointing who they want in power, and you're going to have to swallow it. And if you don't swallow it, you're going to be labeled a radical. You're going to be labeled a guerrilla. And I tell you what, that's just more of a personal attack against people who think like me. And that's the only way I can take it, And I'm not going to sit around and get uptight, get my blood pressure all bent up. I'm just going to sit by idle and just watch. The wise old owl sat on an oak, the more he heard, the less he spoke, the more he heard. Now, wasn't that the wise old bird? That's what we got to do, sit and watch and wait. And, but like I said, I've got plan B. I can go deep in country if I have to, and I'll be just fine. But I don't see it. I don't see this ever turning around. I don't think there's ever going to be a reprieve, much less a reversal of what we've seen in the last year or so. And bad as I hate to say it, I used to say we were making the last lap around the bowl. I got news for you, buddy. We're done out of the bowl. We've done cleared the trap, and we're halfway to the main line. So, but everybody keep it twixt the spot and the solid sunny side up and all that jazz. And I'll be 10-10 till we do it again. Come on.
All right, and safe travels while you're out on the road tonight, 10 before the hour here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, let me see. I think it was it Larry that sent me that? Who sent me the email? I'd like to give it, Larry. Thank you, Larry. Pulling up the story as we speak. Just forwarded to me out of New Jersey. Guess they had some sort of a nasty smell. What's that smell? Emergency crews responding to a South Jersey rest stop this past afternoon after widespread reports of an unusual odor in the air. Chopper 6 was overhead about 5 this past afternoon as crews cordoned off the TA truck service stop located in Paulsboro, New Jersey. According to the Greenwich Township Police Department, a tanker expelling fumes from a fuel additive, a chemical called Lubrizol 1395, was causing the odor. It's doing exactly what it should do. When the temperature rises to a certain level, the vessel itself will actually expel fumes. It's built to do that, according to the police chief. But the chemical sent a kind of a rotten egg smell across the region. One resident said it literally burns your nostrils, gives you an instant headache. According to Lubrizol's safety data sheet, health hazards may include possible skin irritation and eye damage. Testing results confirmed there's no danger to the public, according to officials there. The County Office of Emergency Management sent out a statement this past evening, which reads, the chemical Lubrizol 1395 expels a nuisance odor that may linger for some time. However, hazmat technicians have monitored and tested the air quality of the scene and all surrounding areas that have experienced the odor. Results of the testing confirming there's no risk to public. Air monitoring will continue through the duration of the event. So no injuries. Officials confirmed 7,000 gallons of the chemical were venting from the tanker. They said crews will monitor the tanker as it continues to purge the fumes. Once it's stable, the chemical will be transported. But they do say that that smell may linger for some time. Lubrizol said they're aware of the incident. No further comment. Still trying to determine who owns the truck and if any charges will be filed. I don't know. Was the truck just left there? I'm not really understanding there. All right, so that's the rest of the story. What's that rotten egg smell? Nasty stuff. Okay, Lubrizol. Chemical additive. Meanwhile, as we head toward news update here, top of the hour, just ahead, Evansville, Indiana, trying to investigate a large explosion this past day. This must have been one hell of a boom, which damaged 39 buildings, they say. 3 are dead in Evansville after a massive house explosion in a residential block damaged 39 other structures in the area. Vandenborough County Coroner's Office confirming the 3 deaths as a result of the blast. The cause not yet determined. More than 60 firefighters called to the scene. Just a few miles north of the University of Evansville, police were still scouring the area for more personal accounts and clues as to what might have caused the explosion. I mean, first thing that comes to my mind would be something like a natural gas leak, I'm guessing. But according to the fire chief, investigators are working at a 100-foot radius around the blast. Some of the affected buildings were still not safe to enter. And they did say more deaths could be reported in the coming hours and days. Now, they said there was no detection of gas, and they're restoring residential power service as of the press time of this story. Now, the Daily Mail reports the security footage captured the moment of the massive explosion, which occurred about 1 o'clock in the afternoon Central Time. Now, the Evansville Courier and Press said at least 11 of the 39 homes damaged in the explosion have been deemed uninhabitable, according to fire officials. I mean, like, it really must have been a massive explosion. Now, when speaking of the 39 residential structures that were hit, including the Knights Township Trustee's office, these buildings were either severely damaged or some suffered minor damage. But there's a big investigation and a big cleanup effort underway. Looks like the trustee's office will be closed for the time being. So again, I don't know. If it wasn't a natural gas sort of thing? I don't know. Are they still, people still doing meth labs and things like that? I know those sort of scenarios can be very volatile. Maybe they had a big meth manufacturing operation going or something. If I find anything further, I'll pass it on. All right, so we'll get our news break here. Eagle on board. We'll get to Horse Feathers. Haven't heard from him in several days. 5757 on board and room for you at 844-3388. All right, make our way into a Thursday. Turning the page on the calendar in another time zone, the 11th day of August. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The campaign committee for North Carolina Attorney General Josh Stein, facing trouble for a TV ad aired against a rival in 2020, plans to ask a federal court to block a law making it illegal to knowingly circulate false reports to damage a candidate's election chances. The notice of the appeal to the 4th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals was filed Wednesday by the campaign's attorney. Stein may put himself in a bind between his public duties and his political future. He's a Democrat and is a potential 2024 governor contender. A new Rasmussen poll found that a majority of Americans, 63%, say they are changing their eating habits in response to historic inflation rates and their effects on grocery prices. Hit hardest families with kids, with 72% changing their habits to accommodate higher prices for basics. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty half dollars for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
3 people were killed when a house exploded in Evansville, Indiana, Wednesday. Fire Chief Mike Connolly says 39 other homes were damaged in the blast. They're trying to determine the cause. He says the gas utility was quick to respond.
Immediately after the blast occurred, CenterPoint arrived and made the scene safe. There was no detection of gas, and they're restoring service now as the circuits are safe.
Where's the search warrant?
The FBI raiding President Trump's Florida home armed with automatic machine guns at first refused to give Trump's lawyer the search warrant. Christina Bobb on Epic TV.
I asked to see the warrant, and initially they wouldn't show it to me. And I said, what do you mean you're not going to show me the warrant? So after some discussion, they agreed to show it to me so I could see it. And then, they gave me the copy once everything had concluded. They wouldn't allow me to actually go with them where they were doing the search.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRouche. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A 2-year-old girl is the only known witness to her dad's killing and might be the key to solving the case. Microsoft executive Jared Brightigan was viciously ambushed in Jacksonville Beach, Florida in February. He was driving home with his daughter, and cops say Jared stopped his car to move a tire blocking the road. That's when he was gunned down. Cops say the tire was left in the middle of the street to lure him out of his car. Jared's widow, Kirsten, says their daughter remembers hearing the gunshots and seeing Jared on the ground.
It breaks my heart as a mother that my own daughter, my 2-year-old, is trying to comfort me when, she's one of the biggest victims in this.
There's a wonderful update on the 4,000 beagles that were rescued from a breeder that was selling them to medical testing facilities. The dogs are now being dispersed to rescues around the country to be put up for adoption. Sue Bell, the executive director of Homeward Trails, was caught up with for a sneak peek into how they're preparing the dogs for their forever homes.
Having their feet on the grass for the first time ever. These dogs have not touched a surface that hasn't been rubber since they were born. You're seeing them getting to run and hop. They've never done that before. They've never seen a toy. They've never sat in a lap. So it's a whole day of firsts for them.
Can a girl just go out and get a bite to eat without singing? Not a chance. Carrie Underwood surprised patrons of a Tennessee restaurant when she was invited to sing on stage with the cover band, the Heart Shakers. This is USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Cannot help but wonder, come November, what kind of turnout we might see for the midterm elections. Typically it's every 4 years, your presidential elections, that brings the people out en masse. Not nearly the case for off-year elections or even midterm elections. Yeah, based on some of these primary election results, that may be different. The numbers out of Wisconsin there. Yeah, Cue Ball checked in earlier this week. Yeah, from Wisconsin, and he was talking about a very high interest in the governor's race there. He was talking about some of the candidates. Would it be the Trump-endorsed candidate? Which turned out to, yes, indeed, it was a sweep for Trump. Trump-endorsed candidates. But turnout for the Wisconsin primary, a hotly contested Republican race for governor, was near 26%. That's the highest for a non-presidential primary in 40 years, they say. Now, sadly, 26% turnout. You know, not even a third of the people actually voted. It's sad. Unofficial results for Tuesday's primary show nearly 693,000 Republicans voted for the governor's race. More than 501,000 Democrats voted in the Senate primary. Interest had kind of fallen in that race, won by Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes after his three top challengers dropped out of the race about 2 weeks ago. But nonetheless, the 25.5% turnout, the best since 1982, a year where they saw 26.9% in that primary race. The 2018 primary, which had a large field of Democrat gubernatorial candidates, was 23%. So this year's governor's primary on the Republican side featured the construction company co-owner Tim Michels, endorsed by Donald Trump, and former Lieutenant Governor Rebecca Kleefisch. Michels won by about 5 points. He will now face the Democrat Governor Tony Evers come November. Barnes easily won the Senate primary. There were also statewide primaries on the Republican side for the Attorney General and on both sides for Secretary of State, Lieutenant Governor, and Treasurer. There was also a Democrat primary for the open 3rd Congressional District seat in western Wisconsin. State Senator Brad Pfaff won that, and he'll face Republican Derek Von Orden come November. But high interest in the primary, this off-year election, midterms. Well, good morning to Eagle.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Eagle.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, sir. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, I ain't called you the last couple of days. I'm not gonna really comment on what's going on with Trump right now. I'm still in shock that they had the nerve to do that. But I want to find out a couple of more details before I comment on that situation, because believe me, I'm not very happy about it. So we'll see how that turns out. Because you and I both know it wasn't right. But like I said, I want to find out what these losers actually find out on that situation. But one thing I want to talk about now, Steve, and it's starting to become more and more clear to me, just like I told you a couple of weeks ago or last week about the Chinese government, on the visit of Nancy to Taiwan. Mm-hmm. I told you that these people are desperate at this point. We've been talking about this for the last over 2 years. It's not a matter of if China is going to take over Taiwan. It's just a matter of when. And they know that they on borrowed time, because if we get a new president in the White House, more than likely he won't allow that to happen. And so they know that they got to make a move while we got this guy in the White House, Joe Biden. You and I both know, Steve, Joe Biden has threatened that he would use military action. He would do this, he would do that. I got bad news for the Chinese government, for Taiwan. All they got to do is ask Afghanistan. If they wondering if Joe Biden is going to help them in their situation, ask the people in Afghanistan what he did for them and see what they tell you. So that's your answer right there. He's gonna do nothing. I guarantee you, when China invades Taiwan, Joe Biden's gonna sit back and watch on TV just like everybody else. He's not gonna do a damn thing. So they better find, if they want somebody to defend them, they better find somebody else, because it won't be the U.S. and they will be overtaken by China. I promise you that. Because this guy here, Steve, you know, he's already shown that he's not going to do anything. Well, he's not going to be allowed, like I say, at this point, whoever's in control of this guy is not going to allow him to do it. So that's not going to happen. But here's one thing that I'm concerned with, Steve, with the Chinese government. You know, more every time I turn the news on or watch, listen to the radio, they claim that another disease is coming out of China. Another disease.
Yep.
You know, China has threatened, nuclear weapons and this and that. Like I told you before, I don't believe that the Chinese government, anybody in their right mind knows that the Chinese government know if they release a nuclear weapon, we're going to release a nuclear weapon. They're not going to do that. But I believe that they're going to release these biological weapons because too much stuff is coming out of China, Steve. Too many. Now they got another disease. I don't even know how to say the name of it. But they claim that 35 people have tested positive and that it has a 40% death rate, that they're saying there's new virus coming out. I believe that these people are going to start releasing viruses as a form of punishment for, to the U.S. and other countries that don't go, go along with the Chinese deal, because there's too much going on and it makes absolutely no sense for these viruses to keep coming out, Steve. This is totally ridiculous. What's happening right now? Too many innocent lives are being lost, and it's got to be put to a stop. And here's the biggest problem I have, Steve. We've gone over this over and over and over about the border on the U.S. Nobody, and like I say, anybody that listens to me tonight, you can call it racism, you can call it whatever you want to call it, but nobody should be allowed into the USA from China until we can get this thing under control. Until we can find out where these viruses are coming from, this corona, and the U.S. border should be closed off to Chinese individuals from the mainland of China. Nobody should be allowed into the USA because this is a dangerous situation when you're talking about diseases that's got 30 and 40% death rate. This is not a game. So Biden can at least do that, which we know he's not going to do. But that would be the smartest thing to do in this situation. Now, let me talk about this other deal that's going on, Steve, with the Hunter Biden situation. This guy here, they want to talk about somebody, that needs to be checked out. We've been talking about this guy for over 2 years now. And it's, but like I said, like I told the guy the other day, Steve, you and I both know, as long as Joe Biden is the president, they're not going to investigate this guy because he's got his father, in his right hand, and he controls the situation on whether they're going to investigate this guy. So Joe Biden will go on and continue doing what he's doing, living in this mansion out there in Malibu, California, that the American taxpayers are paying for, and continue avoiding the law. And they got the nerve, like I say, to bust into Trump's house, but they won't go near this guy. So, but you and I both know why they won't put their hands on this guy. But hopefully, when we get a new administration in the White House in 2 years, hopefully they will do the same, treat them the same way that they treated the Republicans, and they'll go into their home and do the same investigation and put these people behind bars where they belong, because that's exactly where they belong. That's the reason why I'm not commenting on the Trump situation, because you and I both know it's wrong. And Hillary and Bill Clinton, those are some of the dirtiest people that's ever stood into the White House. And the FBI ain't never been nowhere near Bill or Hillary Clinton's house. Like I say, the FBI, they ought to be ashamed of themselves what they did this week. But like I say, I'll comment a little bit more on it after I learn some more details next week. But you and I both know that Trump got railroaded, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, and the virus he's talking about, I'm not overly concerned about it. It's Eastern China, and it's supposedly coming from shrews, the little mole-like animal shrews. But he's correct. Nearly 3 dozen, a newly identified virus, they say from the same family as the deadly Nipah and Hendra viruses. No evidence the pathogen can be transmitted from person to person, they're saying at this point. The virus named Langia hanapavirus, or LayV for short, Layv, which is easier to remember. found thanks to early detection system for feverish people with a recent history of exposure to animals in eastern China. Now, the patients, they say, mainly farmers, also reporting fatigue, cough, loss of appetite, and aches. Several developing blood cell abnormalities and signs of liver and kidney damage. All to date have survived, though. Among the 35 patients, 26 were infected only with Lay V, according to the report. No evidence that they'd been in any sort of close contact or had a common exposure history, suggesting human infection may be sporadic. Now, tests detected the virus in 27% of shrews, which is a known vector for similar henipavirus, suggesting these little furry mole-like mammals may be the natural reservoir for the virus. But they do say further investigation is needed to better understand. According to researchers from Beijing, Singapore, Australia, Taiwan's Center for Disease Control said they are paying attention to the report, and they're going to start screening for the virus. The spread of germs from animals to human, zoonosis, is pretty common, accounting for more than 6 out of every 10 known infectious diseases in people. Most of the time, they cause limited disease, dying out without having a major impact. But of course, in the aftermath of the COVID, more tracking systems are in place now, and to pick up novel pathogens. But Lay V, for short, little furry shrews. Again, not to be overly concerned at this point, but 18 past the hour. It is 844-844.
Now listen to this.
3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
take a listen. Bongino, I guess. I'm assuming this past day or day before, in light of this FBI raid on a former president, which virtually everyone is saying this is just absolutely unprecedented. But he harkens back to, I guess he found the archived footage from 1988 when none other than Ron Paul at the time apparently issued a chilling warning about the FBI at that time.
But folks, Ron Paul back in 1988 warned us about a lot of this with the FBI. Here's a clip of Ron Paul back in 1988 warning us what was going to happen with the FBI when one party, the Democrats, gains full political control over an organization with agents who can take your life and take your freedom and ruin your life and confiscate your property. I want you to listen to this. Very, very prescient. Check this out.
Most of our history, we didn't have those institutions. The FBI came in during the First World War. And interestingly enough, one thing that Woodrow Wilson did, he used the FBI to spy on American citizens and actually arrest them if they disagreed with his foreign policy about going to war in Europe. And isn't it interesting how recent they used it in the Vietnam era? Democrats used it there. Republicans used the FBI to spy on 100 different groups in this country, including the churches, who disagree with the policy in Central America. It almost looks like the FBI was designed to spy on Americans who might be disagreeing with policy, especially the foreign policy. So the FBI, although I don't think I could condemn everything they've ever done, because I'm sure some of the investigations and investigation of crime has been beneficial, but that could be accomplished through Justice Department within our states. We wouldn't reject that portion of it. I think the FBI has kept and continues to keep a lot of records on a lot of individuals.
Man, ain't that the truth? The FBI warned us about them, Ron Paul, back in 1988. How a rogue FBI has the power to ruin your life, influence international politics, influence elections. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the third consecutive election the FBI and Department of Justice are going to have interfered in an election to try to steal it. The third one. How much more of this are you willing to take? Reform is needed immediately. Firings, terminations at the top level. There are no half measures here. It's like Mobb Deep said, ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. We got to go all the way and clear out the top levels of the FBI with major, major reform. They plant stories with the media, the FBI. They abuse database access. They lie to FISA court judges. Mm-hmm. They suppress evidence with their political allies, the Hunter Biden laptop. They use strategic leaks to the media to discredit opponents. They raid homes of their political opponents. It is over. The FBI is over. It is over. The glory days of people looking up to the FBI and the TV shows, it's over. It's over. And the FBI management did it.
Straight from the top down. 1988. Yeah, the warning many, many years ago. One Ron Paul. You know, Sommers saying, and yeah, all these three-letter agencies, the EPA, the FDA, the CDC, the FBI, I need to get rid of all of them. We need some house cleaning. Oddly enough, this past day, Trump speaks out again. He said the Justice Department actually asked him to put a lock on that Mar-a-Lago storage area back in June, only to send the FBI down there to break into it on Monday. The ironic tale shared by Trump this past day. In early June, the Department of Justice and the FBI asked my legal representatives to put an extra lock on the door leading to the place where boxes were stored in Mar-a-Lago. We agreed, Trump says. They were shown the secured area and the boxes themselves. Then on Monday, without notification or warning, an army of agents break in, went to the same storage area, ripped open the lock that they asked to be installed. This is nothing more than a political attack by the Biden administration, and they're putting this country through hell. What did Bongino just think about it? Think this is going to indeed be the third consecutive election where the FBI is stirring things and creating narratives and influencing the media coverage to have an impact on who is going to win or lose in said election. Timing-wise, look at this. It's August. Less than 90 days away from the midterm elections. Here we go again, the FBI stirring up the narrative in the mainstream media. Donald Trump, the evil Donald Trump, or better yet, in this midterm election, anyone endorsed by this slime bag Donald Trump, you cannot vote. That's the idea. They see the red wave coming. They see the MAGA endorsements. Everyone, damn near everyone endorsed by Trump, winning in the primaries. We can't have this surge of Congress members and senators that support the MAGA movement. We have to stop that dead in its tracks. All these surprise political attacks while the country's going to hell, says Trump. Earlier this past day, he shared concern that the Fed's insistence on lawyers and all witnesses to leave during that raid left open the possibility of actually planting potentially incriminating evidence. Oh, no, they wouldn't do such a thing. Oh, yes, they would. It's happened before. It's probably happened a hell of a lot more than you might realize. You say, well, there's good cops and bad cops. Yeah, there are. And there's good FBI agents and there's bad FBI agents. There's cops who will plant a weapon on an individual to get themselves out of trouble. Guarantee you, there's FBI agents all on board, lock, stock, and barrel with the narrative of we have to stop Trump at any cost. That's what they tried to do in 2016. Lying to the courts, presenting fictitious information they knew was all based on a lie. And then creating a narrative that went on for damn near all 4 years. How long and how many billions of dollars did we spend on the Mueller investigation? It was all a fictitious scenario. The Russian collusion delusion, all debunked. They just will not relent. News break time on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Some Donald Trump supporters are advocating violence in response to the FBI raid on the former president's home in Florida over documents, some of them classified, that Trump allegedly took improperly from the White House. Democratic Representative Pramila Jayapal of Washington is concerned.
I am worried that the violent rhetoric coming from my GOP colleagues around a president who really needs to be investigated, and the January 6th committee has been showing that, is very disturbing.
We have the latest inflation numbers for you.
Inflation in July dropped slightly to 8.5% from 9.1% a month earlier. The decrease was announced Wednesday morning by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels.
But folks, Ron...
If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, what do you say we take a look to the southeast, where you're going to also finally get a bit of reprieve from the summer heat in the coming days? those living along the Gulf and the southern Atlantic, the coastal areas. Yeah, probably not going to see a big drop in temperature or humidity levels as the cooler, less humid air reaches, say, the Carolinas, Tennessee, Georgia, and parts of Alabama and Mississippi. But at peak, some of these temperatures are forecast to bottom out 5 to 10 degrees below average, as a matter of fact, after 7 days in a row with highs in the low 90s, feeling like the century mark. People in Atlanta will see highs maybe mid-80s for the balance of the week through the weekend. Average high would be near 90 for this time of year for Atlanta. Humidity is going to come down from the steamy levels as well, and as that happens, your nighttime lows will trend downward into the 60s at times. Downright pleasant, right? Maybe an opportunity to give the AC a break, open a window, get some fresh air in the home. Similar stories for Charlotte and Raleigh, North Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, Norfolk, Virginia. Highs in the 90s, lows in the 70s with high humidity are going to be swapped with cooler than average highs, 80s, lows in the 60s, and humidity levels may flirt with levels more typical of mid to late September. On into the southern Appalachians, downright cool airs on the way there. Highs in the 80s will be replaced with highs in the 70s and lows in the 50s late this week and this weekend. Now, be prepared for torrential downpours, some of which will be accompanied with gusty winds that could bring near zero visibility and ponding on the roadways. Most of the storm activity will be during the afternoon and evening hours. Could see some late night or early morning exceptions here and there. But as those storms build toward and pass over some of our major airport hubs like Atlanta and Charlotte, airline passengers obviously will experience some significant delays with departures and arrivals. Could see some cancellations due to the weather conditions, much like we did in Washington, D.C. this past day, with more than 100 flights canceled coming into D.C. with the incredible rain, 4 inches of rain in just a few hours' time. Wow. This has all the makings for quite a stormy weekend along the I-10 corridor. Several inches of rain are possible. So the weather's going to be pretty darn disruptive for travel in general, but especially for those with weekend plans at the beach, maybe. The swath most likely to see multiple downpours and the potential for sudden lightning strikes and flash flooding this weekend extends from the upper Texas coast through the southern parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and northern Florida. There's a pretty broad area, 1 to 3 inches of rain forecast, with local amounts 3 to 6 inches from Friday through Sunday. Now, central and southern Florida, you'll continue to experience some of those pop-up heavy thunderstorms on into the weekend as that front sags a little more to the south. More numerous storms may actually visit that part of the Sunshine State, including the Orlando theme park areas later this weekend and into early next week. Forecasters are also analyzing the potential for a surge in showers and thunderstorms along the Atlantic seaboard next week. Here's what's happening. There's a Bermuda high, as they call it, a big area of high pressure that's centered over the central Atlantic that may begin to drift westward far enough to maybe create what they call an atmospheric traffic jam. And any storm systems that would typically move off the East Coast and head out to sea may actually be pushed backwards in a reverse direction and actually come back onshore again after moving onshore. Again, that's something they're going to be looking at coming up next week. Hello, 5-7.
Yeah. Okay, the agents. Yeah, I want to talk about that, but there's something that I did want to portray. Here, Liz Cheney's all upset about the home invasion by the FBI, too.
Oh, yeah?
Up in arms. upset about that. Yep, I heard one. She put out something there, and I'm thinking, hard to get serious about that when all I can see is her sitting between Adam Schiff and old. I don't want to say bad names. Okay, Nancy Pelosi. All right, she's just doing it in a different manner. But the IRS is the most feared in this country. They can, you can try to hide, do anything else, but listen, they can lock down your bank account, empty it. They can take that. The IRS can do all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we are going to a single, one-party government. And you got sometimes that old dithering Nimrod that was this appointed president. Sometimes he actually lets out the cats out of the bag, and it started way back. If you remember, when he first got elected, the reporter asked him straight up, "Are you ready to run against Trump again?" And he clearly stated this: "I don't know if there will be a Republican Party by then." So, hey, Obama said it. They cling to their God and their guns. All right, and ever since then, they've actually attacked your gun. They've gone after your guns in every way they could, and they definitely, especially after 2012, they've gone after God. It feels like the hand of protection of this country is gone when they approved gay marriage. And like it or not, that's the truth. And that's going right through Donald Trump's era too. It just, from that time on, every perversion you could possibly think is being stuck in your face. And if you say, "I don't believe in that, and it's because of my Christian faith," they turn the Bible into a book of hate. And before long, that book will be banned in our schools, anywhere else, in libraries, because of the things that's in there. They're clearly God's will, God's truth. So now I'm telling you, I think what's going to happen is this. Now, I love what, what's the case? The first caller, Grump. I loved how he broke that down, going after $20 billion. They're going to spend probably $15 billion to get $5 billion. But that ain't even the problem. That's not what the issue is. What the issue is, I'm going on what they're going to destroy the Republican Party. They're going to go after. Hey, look, you got the Justice Department. They don't go after Antifa and BLM. Clearly killed, murdered officers, murdered people, destroyed property. Nothing. He lets them go, but he clearly is. He jumps on the opportunity to go after parents because they don't want their children to be taught hate.
Yep.
You got the FBI who swore out, lied on a Pfizer application to a judge to go with an impeachment, and clearly they knew that this impeachment for Donald Trump and the evidence they had was a lie. The FBI did that, So who's to say after all these agents are hired? All right, now we got to destroy the Republican Party. You're going to have to go after their income. So you send these people down there, and who's to say? When their agents say you owe this, or they're going to be working on to the point where the people out here will say, I don't know, I support Biden. No, I don't. Yeah, I used to support Trump, but no, I support Biden now. You know what I'm saying? They're going to go after mainly just Republicans, and and we definitely know that they've already done it. They've already gone after conservative issues. People looking for the 401c, the tax breaks. What was the Tea Party? They were denied and held up and fought by the IRS. So you already seen that they're very partisan. So there you go. I mean, I do believe that the raid was a little premature for these people, because I do believe they've seen the sweep, and they've seen that that Trump is growing in power. But I'm telling you, I don't mind Nancy Pelosi. I don't mind Biden. I don't mind all these people on the left. I despise looking at Adam Schiff, because I'm not talking about anybody be lying. But I pray for their souls. All I see, what's the word out of the Republican leadership? The turtle face McConnell, Mitch McConnell, right? How do you despise, or how do you insult or show disrespect to this office when you got him sitting there? And that's a key to all this. We can win this thing by our votes, and after we win this thing by our votes, he's still sitting there and not saying a word. What has he said about this Trump raid? Have you heard anything?
You know what? I think yesterday or day before he did finally say something. I haven't seen what. I'll try to pull that up.
I'd appreciate it. But I absolutely, he remember about 2 years of Trump's administration, he was doing everything he could. Said, no matter what Trump comes up with, he's got to pass it through me. The Tea Party in there, he told the boys, all right, you got here, you sit down, I got this. I'm the one that makes decisions around here. And we are where we're at because of him for the most part. Playing nice, whenever we got the power, we're going to share with the minority. We're going to treat the Democrats better than they treat us. The Democrats want to destroy and kill the Republican Party and destroy any Republicans, period, or just keep the rhinos around just in namesake. But, McCartney, I want him to go after Merrick Garland if we can, and the head of the FBI and all this stuff. I hate to see that. They go from one, back and forth lawsuits. But I'd like to see him go after Mitch McConnell and ask, why is, let's check him. Let's check him out. And his wife and their shipping interests. Let's go up and down the line of all these Republican rhinos and find out why in their businesses in China. And are there investments in China influencing their judgment in our government? We can all complain about the Democrats' whole wealth, but man, the Republicans need to clean out. We need to clean out our own closet.
Absolutely, and when we cited Trump, draining the swamp, we weren't just talking Democrats. We're talking the rhinos. You're 100% correct. Drain the swamp. Get rid of the establishment politicians. The people are sick of the establishment. Well, I should say were. Because that's why Trump won his election, first round. But just for the mere fact of hating Donald Trump, that's why Joe Biden, an establishment politician, 47, 48, 40, damn near 50 years in Washington, D.C. He spent 47 years there and didn't fix a damn thing. And then claims, well, if you elect me president, I'll get it all fixed. Well, it's amazing how that works. But yeah, Chevy guy Mitch McConnell did speak out. It was actually Tuesday evening, finally, about 24 hours after the raid. Yeah, admittedly, probably one of the last as far as Republicans to have anything to say. He simply said the country deserves a thorough, immediate explanation of what led to the events Monday. Attorney General Garland and the Department of Justice should already have provided those answers to the American people. They must do so immediately. Now, of course, he was at his home state of Florida after, the flooding devastated eastern Kentucky. He said, I'm here to talk about the flood and the recovery from the flood. Speaking to reporters early in the day when asked about the raid, So I guess he didn't really want to talk about it, but since he was asked, he was kind of, well, you got to say something, right? Another top Senate Republican Judiciary Committee ranking member Chuck Grassley said that he had actually spoke with the FBI director. I mean, less than a week ago, I expressed serious concern that what little remains of the FBI's credibility is actually on the line following their inconsistent handling of politically sensitive investigations. Failure to hold your own employees accountable for misconduct and consistent disregard for congressional oversight. I mean, the raid on a former president's home without explanation, this just erodes further the confidence in the FBI and the Justice Department. Again, for what's left, which ain't much. There you go. So the rest of the story, I guess you had Kevin McCarthy and Minority Whip Steve Scalise condemning the raid Monday evening. Some top-ranking congressional Democrats mostly avoiding saying anything. They don't want to say anything, no. All right, with that, it is 844-844-3388. Back into...
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, that's a whale of a tale. Kind of funny. Rambler last evening was he brought up the story of Jonah and the whale. Swallowed by the whale. If you can believe in such things, right? Well, this is a more recent such scenario. If you believe in such things, a diver swallowed by a whale revealed what it's like to be inside one of the massive creatures. Michael Packard was fishing for lobster off the Cape Cod coast in Massachusetts when he had his biblical encounter with a humpback whale. It was 8 a.m. The father of two had gone into the sea for his second dive of the day to pluck lobster from the ocean floor. When he's about 10 feet from the bottom, He was hit by what he said felt like a 100-ton truck. All of a sudden, I felt this huge shove, and the next thing, it was completely black. I could sense I was moving. I could feel the whale squeezing with the muscles in his mouth. I said, at first he thought he was in a great white shark, but couldn't feel any teeth, didn't suffer any obvious wounds. Then it quickly dawned on him he'd been swallowed by a whale. I was completely inside. It was completely black. He says, I thought to myself, there's no way I'm going to get out of here. I'm done. I'm dead. All I could think of was my two boys, 12 and 15 years old. He said, I had to feel around in the darkness inside the whale's mouth, but the whale began shaking its head. I could tell it didn't like having me inside its mouth. He estimates he was inside the whale for 30 or 40 seconds before it finally surfaced. He said, I saw light, and it started throwing its head side to side. Next thing I knew, I was out. I couldn't believe it. I got out. His crewmate, who had been desperately scanning the water for the telltale bubbles from his oxygen respirator, hauled him back into the boat. Do you believe in whale tails? Humpback whales can go up to 50 feet long, weigh about 36 tons. I don't know. Can a humpback actually swallow a human? Or, I don't know, I guess he didn't technically swallow him, right? He was in the whale's mouth anyway. It is 844-844-3388. All right, we'll get to Philip coming up here. Spencer's on board. I believe wanted to talk about the midterm elections coming up this fall. But I'll hold on till after the news break because we're about a minute away. So rather than pick you up, put you on hold and say, hang on, we'll come back to you. We'll get to you in a moment. That gives us a minute to get a couple of industry headlines. Incident this past day, South Dakota, Wednesday morning. Tractor trailer actually knocking a home off its foundation. A little after 6 a.m. Near Sturgis, South Dakota, off I-90. According to the Rapid City Journal, the tractor trailer was headed eastbound on 90 near the exit 32 on-ramp when it veered off the right side of the roadway, plowed through a chain-link fence, crossed Dixon Drive, then drove into a private property, traveled up a small slope, ultimately crashing into a home. The force of that impact, though, separated the second level from the first and even shifted the home off its foundation. Wonder what kind of speed was involved here. A 74-year-old occupant of the home was able to escape without injury. Now, both the 68-year-old female truck driver and her 63-year-old male passenger did sustain minor injuries in the incident. They were transported to the hospital. I suppose an investigation is ongoing there. Get some of the other updates coming up. And, of course, room for you at 844-844-3388 as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. How about that? It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The campaign committee for North Carolina Attorney General Josh Stein, facing trouble for a TV ad aired against a rival in 2020, plans to ask a federal court to block a law making it illegal to knowingly circulate false reports to damage a candidate's election chances. The notice of the appeal to the Fourth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals was filed Wednesday by the campaign's attorney. Stein may put himself in a bind between his public duties and his political future. He's a Democrat and is a potential 2024 governor contender. A new Rasmussen poll found that a majority of Americans, 63%, said they are changing their eating habits in response to historic inflation rates and their effects on grocery prices. Hit hardest families with kids, with 72% changing their habits to accommodate higher prices for basics. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, Gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
3 people were killed when a house exploded in Evansville, Indiana, Wednesday. Fire Chief Mike Connolly says 39 other homes were damaged in the blast. They're trying to determine the cause. He says the gas utility was quick to respond.
Immediately after the blast occurred, CenterPoint arrived and made the scene safe. There was no detection of gas, and they're restoring service now as the circuits are safe.
Where's the search warrant?
The FBI raiding President Trump's Florida home armed with automatic machine guns at first refused to give Trump's lawyer the search warrant. Christina Bobb on Epic TV.
I asked to see the warrant, and initially they wouldn't show it to me. And I said, what do you mean you're not going to show me the warrant? So after some discussion, they agreed to show it to me so I could see it. And then, they gave me the copy once everything had concluded. They wouldn't allow me to actually go with them where they were doing the search.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A 2-year-old girl is the only known witness to her dad's killing and might be the key to solving the case. Microsoft executive Jared Brightigan was viciously ambushed in Jacksonville Beach, Florida in February. He was driving home with his daughter, and cops say Jared stopped his car to move a tire blocking the road. That's when he was gunned down. Cops say the tire was left in the middle of the street to lure him out of his car. Jared's widow, Kirsten, says their daughter remembers hearing the gunshots and seeing Jared on the ground.
It breaks my heart as a mother that my own daughter, my 2-year-old, is trying to comfort me when, she's one of the biggest victims in this.
There's a wonderful update on the 4,000 beagles that were rescued from a breeder that was selling them to medical testing facilities. The dogs are now being dispersed to rescues around the country to be put up for adoption. Sue Bell, the executive director of Homeward Trails, was caught up with for a sneak peek into how they're preparing the dogs for their forever homes.
Having their feet on the grass for the first time ever. These dogs have not touched a surface that hasn't been rubber since they were born. You're seeing them getting to run and hop. They've never done that before. They've never seen a toy. They've never sat in a lap. So it's a whole day of firsts for them.
Can a girl just go out and get a bite to eat without singing? Not a chance. Carrie Underwood surprised patrons of a Tennessee restaurant when she was invited to sing on stage with the cover band, the Heart Shakers. This is USA Radio News.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake thanks to Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, welcome in. Welcome aboard here on a Thursday morning. Welcome to our friends on the West Coast as you cross over the midnight hour there. Okay, as we get things underway this hour, I'll ask Philip about this in a minute. Disney, they tell us, has strict rules about alcohol and underage drinking at their parks and their resorts to ensure, obviously, that guests are safe and abiding by the law, right? When visiting Walt Disney World Resort and Disneyland Resort, park guests are expected to abide by many rules that are enforced by the cast members and the security guards. Everyone who visits Disney wants to have a magical time, taking a spin on their iconic attractions, the Haunted Mansion, the Pirates of the Caribbean, the Jungle Cruise, or Space Mountain. You know, the list goes on and on. To have a fun time, though, there are rules that must be followed in the parks. Disney has a strict policy about underage drinking and even handing or handling of alcohol. Apparently, just recently, one user on TikTok posted a video of Disneyland security approaching two children from behind after seeing the kids carrying a beer. In the video, the kids are running with the alcohol to hand to what looks like their mom. However, the security guard sees them and begins to make a move. Now, the beer is given to the mom, and the video kind of cuts off, so we're not sure. Did the guard actually approach the family, or did he let it slide? Because the kids were not drinking from the cups. I think it's one of those scenarios, which I could see myself in a situation like that. I've got my 10-year-old grandson. I'm up at the booth ordering food and whatnot. You got too much to carry, so, well, here, Rowan, take that over to mom or take that over to grandma, whatever the case would be. And it's a beer, you know? Uh-oh. It should be noted that even seeing a child handle alcohol could be enough for a security guard or a cast member to give a warning or possibly even remove you from the park. You know, just recently, there was a couple at Universal Orlando Resort guests who were charged with giving alcohol to minors. As a result, they received a 1-year ban from Universal Parks. Now, although Disney sells alcohol at several locations through their parks, you know, some Disney fans have called for these locations to be alcohol-free. They want no alcohol at the parks. Okay, but yeah, I could see where that, like I say, I could see myself in that kind of a predicament. But we don't know the rest of the story. Did they actually get a warning or anything? What do you say, Philip? What's happening this morning?
Oh, not much, but yeah, we got strict rules there. I mean, it's no different than selling alcohol to a minor. if you get an infraction like that, think of like this. Okay, say you own a store and you get caught selling alcohol to a minor, or a minor has alcohol in your store walking out, you can be fined for that. And it's the same way there. That's how they treat it. And to be quite honest, it's not a bad thing. I don't think it is. I mean, when you go to that place, when you go to the Magic Kingdom, you don't go there to drink beer. Sorry, if you're taking your kids out to the park, you don't drink beer there. I mean, you're there to have a good time with your kids.
I don't know about that.
In my opinion.
Guarantee
well, yeah,
I'd be having some brewskis while I was there.
Yeah, well, here's the deal, Steve. Okay, so the Magic Kingdom has pretty much always been alcohol-free.
Really?
It always has been. Yes, sir. There's only one place in the Magic Kingdom that you can get alcohol, and that's in a restaurant called Be Our Guest. And the alcohol that you get is wine, and you drink that with your dinner, and you do not take it out of the building.
Okay.
And you can also, I believe at Tony's Pizza, you can get the wine too. It's with your dinner, and that's it. You don't take it out of the building. Now, you go to Hollywood Studios, or you go to Epcot, especially Epcot. Everybody knows you go to Epcot to drink. Okay? Those parks are where the alcohol are. You go to Animal Kingdom, you can get a beer. I don't have a problem with people drinking beer, but the Magic Kingdom has always been built around the persona of it's a kid park.
Okay.
It's all about kids. You don't want to, especially back in the day, you know how it was back in the day.
No bad influence. Believe it or not, I have never been to a Disney park. None.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and there's quite a few folks out there that have been that way, and it's like this. Okay, so here's what happens. Okay, say you want to take your beer to the park, okay, to the Magic Kingdom. Well, back in the day, they used to have security at the front of the park, and they would take your beer away from you right there, and I would be in there in my break, and they would come in and dump it in the bathroom. Okay, and that's how they work. They don't get down on you and say, we're taking you to jail. Okay? So if you accidentally bring some, because there's a lot of people that don't know about these rules, right, Steve?
Sure.
So you're not going to beat down on somebody, they don't know the rules. And they just take it away from you and they throw it away. That's what they do with it. Now, if it becomes a physical thing where somebody gets a little belligerent or is already been up into it, then it turns into the Orange County Sheriff getting involved, and then the Sheriff's Office, Orange County Sheriff Office handles it. Depending on the situation, you can get what they call trespassed, and you're not allowed back on property because Disney is a private property. A lot of people don't know that. Walt Disney World is a private property. It's privately owned. The property is private. So they have the right to do that. Okay, that's the way it works. Same way at Universal. By the way, Steve, did you hear about what Universal just put into act? They did at their City Walk area. Did you hear about that?
No, sir.
Okay, so if you're underage, they're going to put a curfew on. You can't stay but a certain amount of time now at Universal at night.
Wow.
Yep, they're clamping down on underage, all the stuff that underage drinking and underage drugs, all that stuff. They're clamping down on it at Universal. So I mean, it's one of those things. It's like you got to, if you want to go to the park, you got to abide by the rules.
Sure.
That's just the way it is.
Yep.
You know, I mean, it's no different in parts. I know Cedar Point, they serve alcohol, right? You go to Cedar Point, don't they serve alcohol there? I think they just have beer, if I'm not mistaken. But it's kind of, Cedar Point is kind of like on the same deal as Hollywood Studios is with us. And for cups, Steve. But if they smell it and they see that a kid has it, they got to do it. I mean, it's just the way it's set up, you know. So, but I've been there 12 years and I've seen it many times. The guy comes in, he's got a 6-pack of Bud or a 6-pack of something, and they just take it away and they dump it. That's what they do. They don't get down on them. They don't take them to jail or nothing like that. They just dump it. They just take it away from them and dump it. But, you know, that's the way it is. But we've also changed our security policies in the last 6 years. I can't go into information about that. But, you know, now when you come in, you are put through security at the parking lot instead of being put through security at the park. because they want to make sure that everything is already done before you step into the park. So we don't have stuff like that. You know what I mean, Steve?
Okay.
It's easier to hit it at the very first point. So when you get out of your car, you ride the tram up, you get hit with security right there. They can get it taken care of, and then you can go right into the park and have a good time. And that's how they have it now. So, but you know, getting back so what you were talking about earlier with President Trump, you know, in all my years and seeing a lot of different things, I've never seen a president put through so much humiliation for blame. And you know, and I'm not trying to take his side on some of the stuff he did. He's not perfect, and he's admitted he's not perfect. But that guy went through not one, but two impeachments. Am I right?
Correct.
In saying it, isn't that right, Steve?
Correct.
Okay, so there's two humiliations he got through. Okay, now he's got out here in private life. He's not even in office anymore, and we got to go and search the man's house and make a show out of it. You know, I mean, did Richard Nixon go through this much with Watergate, Steve? You know, and I think the big difference between it was Trump stood up for what he thought, and I don't think they really like that. What do you think, Steve?
Right. I don't think they do.
I just think that, you know, he stood up for, you know, his rights, and he's backed up what he's done, whether it be good or bad. I think the big thing was he used his rights to protect his documentation. I mean, like his tax records and all this other stuff. That's a president's right. I mean, Jimmy Carter had that right. Richard Nixon has that right. George Bush has that right. Senior and junior. I mean, they have that right as a president to protect their deal. And as far as he had classified secret stuff at his place, they were talking about that too as well. Well, it seems like to me that when you're a president, whether you're still in the office or not, you still know information, right, Steve?
Sure.
So, and when you leave office, I'm pretty sure you still have information in your hands that you know that could be detrimental to the United States. That you take that oath when you're the president to protect that, you know, and I'm pretty sure he has to protect that, and he has protected that, be it on paper and in his mind, you know. So that's the big thing I can't understand is what's the difference between him and George Bush? George Bush probably knows the same information President Trump knows about the past and about what's going on.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
I guess there's certain things, you know, like as far as like physical classified paperwork and whatnot, or even via, I don't know, you know, wasn't Hillary pretty much accused of the same thing with the classified information on her email server, which they did not raid her home, and they never even prosecuted her for it. It was exactly the same thing, but we don't actually know what they were even looking for, what he potentially supposedly had, and now we can't help but wonder, you know, if they do try to present something and say that, well, we found this and we found this, I can't trust them to believe that it was actually there.
Yeah. Yes, I do. I just Hillary and Bill Clinton, they have a lot of stuff that's around their background. There's a lot of things in those closets you really don't want to check out.
No.
And they're just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, there's tons of it, Steve. That's why he wanted to go up there and clean house. That was the term, clean the swamp. And it ain't just him. But one thing I have noticed about Democrats, hey, if you ever notice, they're probably some of the most richest people in the world. And they're always down on Republicans about their money and everything, and that they should put more money into this, and they're kind of this and that. But I don't see anything happening on their end. Do you? Have you seen them, you know, put their money where their mouth is?
No.
You know, I've never seen that. And I think the biggest problem with kind of both the parties is if they would just quit beating up on each other and working together, we might get something done, you know. And I know it's an old cliche, but we need to get something done, and there's nothing getting done. Trump was trying to start that. He was trying to get us where we could get stuff done. If they would just quit focusing when he was in office on what was going on with him and focus on the country and taking care of business, we wouldn't be in this chip shortage we have right now. We wouldn't have a lot of the issues that we have with the oil companies. And Ukraine and Russia might not have been in the situation they're in now. I think our situation with Russia was a lot better with Trump back then than when it is with Biden. Biden hasn't really talked as much. His foreign affairs have been basically nothing. Have you seen him do much foreign affair thing until he had to step up to the plate, Steve? Have you seen that?
The man can't even keep a coherent thought. And so he can't actually have a discussion with Putin or Xi. I mean, it's got to be scripted, or someone's got to be on the earpiece in his ear telling him what to say.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That we don't need a president like that, not to beat him up or nothing. But it's like, hey, dude, when you're a president, you got to step up the plate. And I think Trump was doing that. And I think they got offended by that. I really do, from the beginning. And also, Steve, I heard you yesterday mentioning about a 500-pound bomb that was found somewhere in Italy.
1,000 pound, yeah. Yep.
1,000 pound, okay. And I think you said it had 500 pounds of ordnance in it or something.
Correct.
That's nothing to take lightly. And a lot of people talk about Afghanistan and Iraq and all this, but I had a friend that actually was an ordnance disposal guy, and we cleaned up a lot of the Russians' mess in Afghanistan, and we were trying to, but it's still there. And you think about Ukraine and all the stuff that's happened in Ukraine since the Russian attacks and stuff, it's going to be the same way. So that little bit, that's just a little bit from World War II. I mean, that's just a little bit. Can you imagine what it's going to be like in Ukraine with all the stuff that's there? So that's some dangerous stuff hanging out in this world, and better be careful about what you see and what you pick up.
Yeah, I mean, and I
know that's all I got today.
I know that they were talking in Ukraine, especially like on the coastal areas and whatnot, that the beaches, that mines had been placed all over the place on some of the beachheads, for fear of like an amphibious invasion, and that they're telling people in certain what used to be the resort areas, hey, don't be going out on the beach. There's mines out there. You heard anything about that? Yep. All right, and many of those may be there for years to come. For people will stumble across one, and boom. Our number 844-844-3388.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. Is that Spencer?
Hey, next week, Wyoming has got their primary. I don't know what other states there is, but how many more primaries are there to go yet?
Boy, that off the top of my head, that I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, Wyoming, if Cheney, they claim that she's so far behind on the scale or on the charts and everything. She's not even going to be on the ticket, maybe. And I think they better start waking up. And I don't think there's going to be an election this fall.
Really?
I think something's going to, stop and think about it. What could stop the election? Sooner or later, if this red wave keeps going, the Democrats have got to wake up. Sooner or later, it's less than 90 days to the election. And sooner or later, is Biden going to be a lame duck president?
Now, you mean as far as if the Republicans take the House and the Senate? Pretty much it would be, yeah.
Yeah. So all this stuff that he's doing or wanting to vote on or has voted on, okay, if they get control of the Congress and the Senate, they can throw all that crap out, right?
Well, no, they can't throw it out because they're not going to have a supermajority on either side. What you're going to have is a stalemate. And any legislation that the Republicans pass over the next 2 years, Biden will probably veto. That they won't get much of anything done. But that's why they're in such a hasty mode to get these things passed, like the current bill they're talking about. This with the IRS agent, the smaller version of the Build Back. They know once the midterms roll around, none of that has a chance of getting through. So they're rushing through as much as they can right now.
Well, what is there, like 37 congressmen or something that's not going to be returning, and they may be that many more Republicans in, and the lady Nancy, she won't be up there, and if the Republicans take control of the Senate, Mitch McConnell ain't going to be there. He's going to be out the door. I mean, he's going to lose his seat on the thing there. It's almost 50-50 right now. It's only going to take just a handful more to get rid of these guys that won't vote with the Republican Party. If it goes like six more senators or 4 more senators, they're screwed. The Democrats are screwed. They can't get nothing passed through.
Well, they won't get anything passed through, and the Republicans are screwed too. I mean, like I said, it's going to be a stalemate for 2 years until the 2024 presidential election. We have to see what happens there. First you got to take it one step at a time. You take the House, you take the Senate. Biden still has veto power as the president, right? So undoubtedly, any sort of conservative legislation that gets passed his way, he'll overturn it. He'll veto it. There won't be enough House members to override the veto because there's still going to be enough Democrats in there to side with the president. To your first question, though, how many primaries are left? There's just a handful here. I'm looking August 13th for Hawaii. Then you've got the 16th, Alaska and Wyoming, again, next Tuesday. Florida coming up August 23rd. Then September 13th, Delaware, New Hampshire, Rhode Island. It looks like Massachusetts, September 6th. All right. So just a few left. But there's your answer. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388 on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Some Donald Trump supporters are advocating violence in response to the FBI raid on the former president's home in Florida over documents, some of them classified, that Trump allegedly took improperly from the White House. Democratic Representative Pramila Jayapal of Washington is concerned.
I am worried that the violent rhetoric coming from my GOP colleagues around a president who really needs to be investigated, and the January 6th committee has been shown, is very disturbing.
We have the latest inflation numbers for you.
Inflation in July dropped slightly to 8.5% from 9.1% a month earlier. The decrease was announced Wednesday morning by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me see here. Just got a message from Dogbone out of South Carolina, who says 26 eastbound in South Carolina shut down. You don't have a mile marker there. Let's see. It says a big truck lost an axle and 2 cars ran into it, apparently. So he's been sitting for about 30 minutes now. If you get a chance, maybe give us a mile marker. You know, because inquiring minds would like to know, right? Meanwhile, okay, so AAA says the national average is for gasoline. What did they say yesterday? 401. Gas Buddy, day before yesterday, said it was down to $3.99. Now, I'm looking at the update here. New York Times this morning, national average now at $3.99, according to AAA. So I guess they just came out with the Thursday numbers at 3:30 a.m. That's higher than it was a year ago, but well below the peak of 5.02 per gallon in mid-June. Of course, energy costs, that feeds into broad measures of inflation, as we know. And so the drop's good news for the policymakers trying to contain the price increases for goods. Touched on it earlier. If you missed it, though, the inflation 8.5% in July compared to a year ago. Now, compared with the month earlier, it was pretty much flat. That's why Biden comes out and said we had 0 inflation in the month of July. Economists had expected the CPI to rise as an annual rate of 8.7%, down from 9.1 in June. So that was actually a little better, the 8.5, a little better than they anticipated. But, of course, inflation hitting families hard. Rising prices for everyday necessities, food, gas, housing, transportation, utilities, obviously, which were, again, up more than 1%. Electricity costs were up. Food costs continue to rise. The big decline, sizable decline in the price of gas, retreating from the highs hit the previous month. That's what helped bring down the overall rate of inflation. The index for gasoline actually fell 7.1% in July compared with a year ago. Now, but still, the gas index is up 44% from a year ago, right? Like the guy that made the comparison the other day. You go from 150 pounds, you blossom to 250, and you drop to 190, and you start celebrating like, we're all better. Economists look into subcategories taking out food, taking out fuel prices. They call that the core inflation, which they believe is a better guide to future inflation versus the headline number. This was up 5.9% in July compared to 12 months ago. Now, even with the 5.9% recorded in June, for the month, core prices rose 0.3% after rising 0.7% in June. Despite the slowdown in core and headline inflation, inflation at the grocery store continues to rise. Prices were up 1.3% compared to the month prior, up 13.1% compared to a year ago. They break down a bunch of other numbers, but I think you get the gist of it there. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. That's our number, and Rambler is on board. Hello, Rambler.
Well, praise God, Steve, and thank you for taking my call. And I tell you, and I don't advocate for no one to drink beer or smoke cigarettes. I don't do it. I ain't done it in years, and I wish other people wouldn't do it, but I'm not going to tell someone how to live their life. But what is bothersome is, I heard Philip say that at the Magic Kingdom there, they don't want you drinking beer or smoking cigarettes, but yet if you're attracted to the same sex, should I say, you can go on that park and hold hands and cuddle up next to your boyfriend or cuddle up next to your girlfriend. Do that in front of children, or you want to be a transgender, go in that park and hold hands and make a public display of affection. Yes, that's all right. Do that right in front of the kids, but you can't bust out a skull buster or pull out a Marlboro Light or whatever you smoke. That's a no-no. So that should be bothersome, And kind of wonder what old Mickey Mouse has to say about that. But oh well, all I can do is pray for him, Steve. But I enjoyed the story you read a while ago about that man being swallowed up by that humpback whale.
Yeah.
That whale was probably like me or Big Moose or someone like that over at the buffet line looking for the biggest piece of steak we could find if we go to the Golden Corral. He just was looking down there and saw that man like, that's the biggest lobster I ever seen, and swallowed him up, realized I ain't no lobster.
Obviously, I'm assuming he had, he was diving, so I'm sure he had his fins and his snorkel and his mask and the tank, and all that probably didn't taste all that well, if they do taste it even.
It didn't taste all that well, and probably, that mixture they use, when you go down there and you breathe, the air, oxygen, whatever they use to, the mixture, the dive tanks, I'm sure I didn't taste too well with him either. But you go to Jonah chapter 2, and you can read the whole entire thing. It says, and Jonah prayed unto the Lord from the whale's belly, fish's belly, and says, I cried by reason of my affliction to the Lord, and he heard me out of the belly of hell. I mean, Jonah was in a bad place. That man was just in the fish's mouth. Old Jonah, because he didn't want to listen to God, was in the belly of the fish for 3 days and 3 nights, and you might as well say he was in pure hell. Because Jonah talks about how that fish would dive down and he would just get compressed. Whatever that thing was swallowing or eating, and no sunlight, 3 days, 3 nights of darkness, and God knows what was going into that belly. Makes you, that whale's belly, a fish's belly. So it makes you think, wow, maybe I need to obey God when doing something. But you know what the sad part is? And I'm saying this to a lot of other people who were listening. Jonah waited until God put him in a place where he had to listen. There's so many people. The definition of hell, one of the definitions is separation from God. There's so many people that they separate themselves from God, and the devil tap dances on their soul until they're totally beat down. And only then, when they're in a living hell, do they acknowledge, okay, now that I've lost everything, I'm addicted to drugs or alcohol. My wife or husband's done left me. I done lost my kids. You know, it shouldn't. God shouldn't. You shouldn't have to go that far. But there's a lot of people that go that far, and they get to a place to where, you know, Jesus Christ, you know, what have I done? You know. But Jonah was given a second chance, and you know, God's children, you can be given a second chance. It's called repentance. And I like what it says at the very last of it. He said in Jonah chapter 2, verse 9, it says, "But I will sacrifice unto thee with the voice of thanksgiving. I will pay that I have vowed. Salvation is of the Lord." And when he realized that salvation was of the Lord, it said, "The Lord spake unto the fish, and it vomited out Jonah upon dry land." And then God told him again in the 3rd chapter, he says, "Now that I've got you in a place where you're going to listen to me, I want you to go to Nineveh and tell the people that the destruction is coming if they don't turn from me, you know, turn towards me and leave the world behind." And get this, it says here in Jonah chapter 3, verse number 3, it says, "So Jonah arose and went into Nineveh according to the word of the Lord. Now Nineveh was an exceeding great city of 3 days' journey, and Jonah begat to enter the city in a day's journey." That means he was booking it. He got serious with God. It's time we get serious with God. You know, that man being in the belly of a fish for 3 days and 3 nights with all, you ain't no telling what was around him. He took God seriously, God's children. He did a 3 days journey in 1 day. That means he was running, jogging. He's doing whatever he had to do to get to that city to tell them people that if they don't repent, God's going to destroy that city. God's children, we should be running towards the Lord. I know some of you listening to me right now, you're like, "Oh, Brother Rambler's preaching to me." Yeah, I am. Because it seems like no one else wants to no more. It seems like no one else has the courage or the fortitude to want to get up and proclaim Jesus Christ as Lord. Well, I'll go to my grave proclaiming Jesus Christ as Lord. And when my soul is risen from this body, the Word of God says, absent from the body to be present with the Lord. I'll hold those nail-scarred hands. I'll hug my Lord Jesus, and I will love to hear him say, "Job well done, that loyal and faithful servant." Don't worry about this world, what this world can offer you, because this world can offer you nothing. But man, I tell you what the Lord can offer you is so much better than what this world can offer you. And I tell you, if you go down there to Disney, God's children, better carry you some money. You need to carry at least, what I'm told from friends of mine that have went, Steve, you need to have a good time. You need to have about $4,000 on you.
You got to have a thick pocketbook. You got to have, got to have a lot of credit cards.
A thick pocketbook. Yeah, you better have not only, lots of money in your bank account, but you better have the gold, the platinum, and Visa, MasterCard, Discover, and everything like that to go down there. And I tell you one more thing. One of them Mickey Mouse Ears ice cream, you go in the Love's truck stop. I know the one I fuel up at, they got them in there, I think like $3 or $4 for one of them ice cream bars. You can almost triple that. I had a buddy of mine went down there, said just one, Mickey Mouse eared ice cream dipped in, the chocolate that hardens and everything like that, cost him almost $15. I'm like, geez, man, Mickey Mouse could just have it. I'll subscribe to Disney Plus and hang out with doggone Mickey there, Before I get off here, my youngest son, Star Wars Dane, he turns 16 tomorrow. And boy, Steve, he's already asked me about them car keys. But little does he know before he can run, he's got to crawl. And he's going to be crawling up underneath that car with me, because if you're going to learn how to drive with me, or me teach you how to drive, you got to learn how to maintain it first. So we're going to be teaching him how to change oil. We're going to be putting 8 ounces of that Hot Shot Stiction Eliminator in that Honda Civic of mine that's got over 200,000 miles on it. And I tell you, if you like the Hot Shots, if you like getting everything you can. You can get it from the Facebook page, Steve Sommers, The Overnight Drive. Steve, you sell shirts. Steve, you sell, what's them bugs, man? Don't they keep a drink cold for up to 24 hours?
Oh, yeah,
Can
yeah.
you describe that?
If you fill up, I can fill this thing with ice and actually go to bed and come back the next evening and still have ice in here.
See, listen to that. You know, and they're on sale, Steve, on why don't you tell people where they can find the merchandise?
Overnightdriveradio.com. Overnightdriveradio.com. Yep.
That's right. And there was a young man I saw in your Facebook feed. He was proudly wearing one of your shirts. And that must be your grandson.
That was Rowan. Yeah, that's
right?
we were
Rowan.
Actually, we were hiking out there. What was that called? Mechanic Springs or Mechanic something. It's the waterfall. We had to hike a mile back into the woods to get to the waterfall.
Beautiful, beautiful scenery. And I really enjoyed the pictures and enjoyed your grandson sponsoring the show and everything like that. So, but God's children, I got to get off here. I got to go. I'm over here to Laplace, Louisiana, out here off of Airline Highway, Highway 61, just to go deliver these auto parts and some of that hot shot, stiction eliminator, diesel treatment, and everything else, hot shot sales. So, but God's children know this, that I love you. And I appreciate we got some people that message me for prayer requests. And God's children, you ain't got to message me. I pray for you as it is already. But know this, God's children, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and listen, he went to the cross, he bled every drop of blood and died for you. And that's proof that he loves you. I know Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. Steve, God bless you. I'll talk to you soon, my friend.
All right. And I think you may need more than $3,000 to go see the mouse, according to the numbers I'm looking at. I pulled up, of course, the website Mouse Hacking. I said they break down like three different expense trips. Our baseline Disney World vacation for a family of 4, 2 adults, 1 child, ages 10 or older, 1 child 3 to 9, would be $5,731, $287 per person per night for 2022. That includes flights, transportation to and from Disney World, a 5-night stay at Pop Century, 5-day tickets without the Park Hopper, Genie Plus at Magic Kingdom and Hollywood Studios, meals at roughly the cost of the old standard Disney dining plan, which is not available for booking at this particular update. So for the baseline trip, we also have figures for a family of 3, 2 adults, 1 child, $4,589. Family of 5, 2 adults, 1 older child and 2 younger children, run you $7,045. Now, the expensive trip is a bit more complicated, they say. There's a number of ways to make your trip as expensive as you'd like, but for this summary, they say, we'll say that a family of 4 who upgrades to Wilderness Lodge, gets the Park Hopper tickets, adds more days of Genie Plus and a couple of individual lightning lanes, and does 1 ticketed event or upgrades their dining plan, will spend about $8,463. Boy. The budget family, a little more, changing your trip dates to value season, downgrading your hotel to the all-star movies, cut the dining plan, opting instead to eat 3 quick service meals per day. You'll do only 4 parks and only 1 day of Genie Plus. That'll get your price down to $4,347. You can take things a bit further, cut another day off your trip, upgrading to Park Hopper tickets so you can visit all 4 parks, get your price down to just shy of $4,000. That mouse is expensive. No doubt about it. Yes, Heatwave back on board. Yes, sir.
Good night. Phil, nothing bad about you, but I think I'll just stay with the memories I had about 30 years ago, whenever we come back from the first Gulf War and military families were half off, and I think the member was free. So I think I'll just remember that and cherish it and be done with it. Whee, Lordy. You know, that during the news there, you had that one representative, Republican representative out of Washington that was really concerned about the J6 and why this president needed to be investigated. Well, hell yeah, if you have everything one-sided and you don't have a defense, well, of course you're going to get brainwashed into thinking this damn Donald Trump is the worst man ever. You know, in fact, this man was the greatest president ever since Reagan, because he got stuff done even when the majority said, we ain't doing it. So this raid on him, like Grump said earlier, what the 5-7 said earlier, I mean, it's just a damn sham. Because the Democrats know that if they had representatives for Trump that were honest to goodness, you know, representatives that would defend Trump, it would be like when they had the impeachment hearings where the Republican, the three of them, just ate the Democrats' lunch and handed their butts to them on a silver platter. Yeah, I listened to them. That was during that week that they had put you on suspension along with Dave. And I was driving Days during that time because that other old shyster that they had replacing y'all for that week, he wasn't worth a hoot in hell anyways. But I did listen to the Republican response. And, I mean, they just handed them their butts on a silver platter. I guess Democrats do not want to have that happen to them. And, yeah, Liz Cheney, I guess they polled her, and she was like 20 points down.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I did hear the ad from her daddy saying, I'm proud to vote for my daughter. Well, yeah, you probably are, but I believe she's going to lose her hind end as well. So, anyways, that the basketball player, well, my understanding is she took the knee whenever the national anthem was played, and she just decried the national anthem, thought, you know, this is a racist country. And such a deep voice for a woman, or is she? Yeah, that remains to be seen. But I mean, she's got a voice deeper than any most of the men out here. I mean,
now that I don't know. I can't answer.
Oh, I heard her talk, and yeah, I'm real sorry about bringing the stuff into Russia. I didn't mean to. But my goodness gracious. I think she's going to figure out right now a very hard lesson that we may not be perfect, but we're a hell of a lot better than the rest of the countries out there, especially Russia. And did you see the two kids on the Little League World Series where the pitcher accidentally beat the batter?
Yes, I saw that.
You know, that was a class act on behalf of the batter. You know, yeah, he's hurting, but he made it up to first base, called time, went out there to the pitching mound and give that old boy a hug and said, you know what, it's okay, I'm all right, we're good. You know, no hatred there. And a lot of professional baseball players or football players, soccer players, whoever that's professional, they could learn a lot from that. And I hope from that they take on the true meaning of sportsmanship and not just throw down every time something doesn't go right their way.
Yeah.
So, yeah, with that, I'm going to let you go, Senor. You have yourself a good night, and hopefully we can do this again tomorrow.
And I'm not sure on the video, did it show, was the picture, was the young boy, was he showing like, was he distraught, distressed over beating him in the head?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he had his hand over his cap and, you know, trying to shine his eyes. He was visibly upset. And they had him on Fox News earlier, well, I'd say this morning, but yesterday morning. They had both of them up there. I mean, they both, you know, of course, they're 12, 13 years old,
Yeah,
they're going to
yeah.
be a little gun shy behind the mic. But yeah, they said, that there was no intent to hit him. The pitcher had never hit anybody before, especially in the noggin like that.
Yeah.
And he was genuinely concerned that he put the kid in the hospital. And the batter comes up and says, "Hey man, I'm all right. It's okay. Let's play ball." I mean, it was a heart-touching moment.
Exactly.
And, I mean, if you didn't shed a tear, you just ain't human.
Yep. Yep, that's true sportsmanship. That's what it's supposed to be all about, right? Thank you much, Heatwave. All right, it is 844-3388. Final hour coming your way just ahead on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. The campaign committee for North Carolina Attorney General Josh Stein, facing trouble for a TV ad aired against a rival in 2020, plans to ask a federal court to block a law making it illegal to knowingly circulate false reports to damage a candidate's election chances. The notice of the appeal to the 4th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals was filed Wednesday by the campaign's attorney. Stein may put himself in a bind between his public duties and his political future. He's a Democrat and is a potential 2024 governor contender. A new Rasmussen poll found that a majority of Americans, 63%, said they are changing their eating habits in response to historic inflation rates and their effects on grocery prices. Hit hardest families with kids, with 72% changing their habits to accommodate higher prices for basics. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
3 people were killed when a house exploded in Evansville, Indiana, Wednesday. Fire Chief Mike Connolly says 39 other homes were damaged in the blast. They're trying to determine the cause. He says the gas utility was quick to respond.
Immediately after the blast occurred, CenterPoint arrived and made the scene safe. There was no detection of gas, and they're restoring service now as the circuits are safe.
Where's the search warrant?
The FBI raiding President Trump's Florida home armed with automatic machine guns at first refused to give Trump's lawyer the search warrant. Christina Bobb on Epic TV.
I asked to see the warrant, and initially they wouldn't show it to me. And I said, "What do you mean you're not going to show me the warrant?" So after some discussion, they agreed to show it to me so I could see it. And then, they gave me the copy once everything had concluded. They wouldn't allow me to actually go with them where they were doing the search.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A 2-year-old girl is the only known witness to her dad's killing and might be the key to solving the case. Microsoft executive Jared Brightigan was viciously ambushed in Jacksonville Beach, Florida in February. He was driving home with his daughter, and cops say Jared stopped his car to move a tire blocking the road. That's when he was gunned down. Cops say the tire was left in the middle of the street to lure him out of his car. Jared's widow, Kirsten, says their daughter remembers hearing the gunshots and seeing Jared on the ground.
It breaks my heart as a mother that my own daughter, my 2-year-old, is trying to comfort me when, she's one of the biggest victims in this.
There's a wonderful update on the 4,000 beagles that were rescued from a breeder that was selling them to medical testing facilities. The dogs are now being dispersed to rescues around the country to be put up for adoption. Sue Bell, the executive director of Homeward Trails, was caught up with for a sneak peek into how they're preparing the dogs for their forever homes.
Having their feet on the grass for the first time ever. These dogs have not touched a surface that hasn't been rubber since they were born. You're seeing them getting to run and hop. They've never done that before. They've never seen a toy. They've never sat in a lap. So it's a whole day of firsts for them.
Can a girl just go out and get a bite to eat without singing? Not a chance. Carrie Underwood surprised patrons of a Tennessee restaurant when she was invited to sing on stage with the cover band, the Heart Shakers. This is USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
I'd say most of us realized it a long time ago. Hey, you know this thing called COVID-19, whatever the hell it's called? Coronavirus. It's here to stay, right? Even the medical community was saying early on, hell, in the first year, it may probably will become more like the actual flu that's been around all of our lives. Wintertime rolls around, you deal with the flu season. Technically, that's where the COVID is. New Gallup poll published this past day says 41% of respondents said that the COVID situation's getting better. 39% say it's getting worse. 29% surveyed say it's pretty much the same. Nothing really changing. So kind of getting the public opinion at a time when new infections have again risen to roughly 100,000 per day on average. Numerically, most people say, it's here. Increasingly accepting COVID-19 as it's just going to be a part of life. Remember last evening we shared where most of the cruise lines are kind of now getting to the point where they're saying, okay, if you haven't had the vaccine, you got to take the test before you board the ship. But we all know it's just gonna be something we deal with probably forever. Will it ever really go away? Hey, Pappy, what's happening this morning?
What's going on, Steve? Hey, I got a little kick out of your story about the kids carrying the beer down there. Right?
Yeah.
Check this out, Steve, in Ohio, right? You can go to a restaurant with your family and, I don't know, say you got a 14, 15-year-old son sitting there or daughter. Steve, you are allowed to order a beer and hand it to your child and let them drink it. It's not against the law. Things that make you go, You didn't know that, did you?
I didn't realize that. No.
Yes, sir.
So as long as the parents are consenting and actually with them, they're allowed to sit there and drink a beer with them or whatever?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Now, I'm sure if 241 kids, found out that, parents are providing these kids with alcohol on a constant basis and getting them drunk, and you're going, that changes things. Yeah. A little common sense here, but yeah, man, I remember when I was a teenager, 15, 16, 17, a lot of my cousins were getting married and going to the wedding receptions, man. The old man, he'd let me drink a beer or two. No big deal. That's back in the day, though, Steve, Steve, yeah, man, you're talking about these unexploded ordinances that are being found, man, over in Vietnam, for years, Steve, they have been having problems with, these kids playing and stepping on landmines and getting their legs blown off.
That's what I thought. Now, that's going to be the case. Had you heard about that in Ukraine? I had an article a few weeks ago, and it was, they had a photograph, all these people kind of sitting out there by the beach, but the officials had been warning them, hey, we lined these beaches with mines to keep the Russians from coming in for an amphibious assault. Hell, I mean, do they go back out and remove the darn things, or?
Well, they try, but obviously they can't get all of them.
They may forget where one or two was, or miss it.
Yeah. I mean, to this day, Steve, in Vietnam, I mean, it just, we just don't hear about it. But I'm telling you, on a regular basis, kids get killed over there, or adults.
Yeah.
I mean, if you could just fathom the amount of bombs, that have been dropped on this earth, and haven't exploded, that are still buried. I mean, when you see it all, every once in a while it comes up on the news, just like that one, you were talking about.
So when they were talking it was a 1,000-pound bomb, but they said they removed 500 pounds of ordnance before detonating. What do they mean by that?
Steve, it depends on what kind of ordnance it was. There's so many different kinds.
Okay.
I don't know how they're going to remove it, honestly. Depending on the condition of it, it's not like you can just unscrew the fuses on a lot of them things.
It's been under the water essentially since World War II, so I'm sure it wasn't in very good shape.
Yeah, if it was a naval round, that kind of changes things too. If it was fired out of a battleship, them 16-inch cannons, Steve, some of they weigh from anywhere from 1,200 pounds to over 2,000 pounds.
Wow.
They can be launched over 20 miles. So it just all depends. Usually, you just kind of blow them in place, man. Just countercharge them, I think I told you a lot of the things we deal with right here locally, is these old retired or ex-military World War II Korean, vets are dying off, and their family members, man, find stuff up in the attic, I pulled in the driveway one time, we got a call, pulled in the driveway, and this dude comes walking out. And I think I talked about this on the air, man. This guy drops two old World War II Japanese frag grenades in my lap, which were live, Steve.
They were still alive. Wow.
Yes. Yeah. When we took them back and X-rayed them, you could see the fusing mechanism, and you could, see the charge was still there, and they used that mercury fulminate, for them fusing mechanisms, which is highly unstable. These things sitting in my lap. I'm like, yeah, thanks, man. You couldn't at least let me get out of my car, and But the political hit job on on Trump. You talked about the Clintons, Steve, let's don't forget here that when it come to Hillary, right, they told her, right, and subpoenaed saying, hey, you can't destroy none of this stuff.
And she deleted 33,000 were deleted, were they not?
And took hammers to the hard drives,
and acid wash.
Or the BlackBerries.
Yeah.
Yes. Literally destroyed evidence. Not a daggone thing.
And Comey said, well, it was mishandled, grossly mishandled, but didn't warrant any sort of charges.
Right. Because no prosecutor, right, would go forward. And that's not the job of the FBI or any local law
to make that determination.
Yes. And it goes back to what we were talking about, the D.C. swamp, Steve, that, you're a Democrat, you're a liberal like the Clintons, free pass. And that's what people are just seeing it now, seeing it. There's no hiding it. And they don't even care. They don't even care that everybody knows. There's full speed ahead. Damn the torpedoes. One thing Bongino mentioned too, that was a good clip you played there.
Yeah.
With Ron Paul. But one thing he mentioned that he was trying to not warn everybody, but give some advice that, hey, don't do anything stupid over this. Don't give these left whackouts what they want. They want some Trump supporters to become violent over this. You know what I mean? The left's just chomping at the bit, foaming at the mouth that some whacked out Trump supporter will go do something stupid.
Mm-hmm.
So they can come out and say, see, we warned you. We warned you about these Trump supporters. They're all terrorists. For them to just double down even more.
I mean, I've been hearing in these news breaks, top of the hour, this woman they're interviewing who said, I'm not liking the rhetoric coming from my Republican constituents or whatever that advocating violence. I haven't really heard any advocating violence. I'm not sure where they're coming from. What's being? Is it social media or
I haven't heard anything neither, but I mean, I'm sure people are running their mouths, but I'm not hearing any talk about screw this,
Yeah.
Let's have a civil war. I mean, come on. Nobody wants that. That's going to solve nothing. But, they want that narrative out there. Did you see that clip with Senator Cruz? When he was, I don't want to say interviewing, but they were up on the Hill with Merrick Garland, the FBI guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about like these, I guess, certain type of logos that supposedly these, supremacy groups use. One of them was the Betsy Ross flag, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Cruz is just going down this list of things that the FBI are saying, you fly this flag, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was just so many. Don't tread on me flag. I wish I could remember exactly which one it was, but I think, do you know what the Texas flag is? I can't remember what exactly it is, but anyway, Ted Cruz pulls off his boot, sticks it on top of the desk. On the back of his boot was the same thing that the FBI was trying to say you could be a white supremacist.
Wow.
I don't know if it was like something like "come and take it." I don't know what exactly it was on the back of Ted's Cruz, but in that sense, he was saying, "What are you telling me? I'm a white supremacist?" And then, and the FBI guy, he just looked like a fool, goes back to, all started, Steve, when he started seeing these parents showing up at these school board meetings, and the FBI wants to label them as terrorists.
Yep.
You know, they're all in, man. Like Bongino said, hey, Steve, we talked about this on your show for how many months now? All your callers, Clyde. We're done with the FBI. It needs to be disbanded. Nobody trusts them. Nobody. And that's unfortunate, man. You know, it really is. When you actually think that they're capable of planting something, you know, after what they did to him, you know, with the whole Russian delusion thing.
Correct.
Lying the FISA courts.
They themselves planted the seed in people's mind. So if they've done it before, well, what's to say they wouldn't do it again?
Yeah. And then, you know, when it comes to the Hunter Biden laptop, they try to hide that. You know, literally hide that from the American people.
Suppress it. Yep. Bury it.
It's all Russian disinformation. You know, anybody tried talking about it on social media, had their pages banned or whatnot, you know. It's just, all right, my man. I don't know. We said this for months now, that what are they willing to do? And it ain't going to do nothing but get a lot more interesting here in the next couple months, that's for sure.
Like you've been saying, I think they'd be willing to go to any lengths. They'll do anything. And it appears they're proving that with each passing day. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, let me see. I did get a follow-up from Dogbone about the shutdown there on 26 eastbound South Carolina. 87-mile marker. 87. Let's see. And they did just follow up here a couple of minutes ago. Said, let's see, they cleared the right lane. shortly after you initially announced it. So I guess you're moving there. Moving once again. Thank you very much for the update, Dogbone. All right, hello to Truck and Phil this morning. There you go. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation coffee up. Happy Thursday. How about that beautiful sturgeon moon in the morning sky? Yeah, technically, it's full tomorrow night, Thursday night, Friday morning, but yeah, looking beautiful here this Thursday morning. Anyway, ready to depart for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Have a great day, everyone, and only 136 days until Christmas. There you go, Truck and Phil. Semper Fi. Have a great day. Yeah, the moon is beautiful, shining bright this morning. A couple of other industry headlines before we hit our bottom of the hour news break here. What do we got? Earlier this week, we had, I think Horse Feathers actually sent me some of the photos. We shared the story about the track hoe that was being hauled, struck a bridge there in Colorado. Didn't realize that actually turned out to be a fatal accident. The truck driver involved in the bridge strike that ultimately killed a motorist may indeed now face charges, according to the Colorado State Patrol. 52-year-old Darnell Yingling was driving along I-25 near Meade, Colorado, when the track hoe he was hauling struck that overpass, sending debris crashing into a nearby car, killing the driver and injuring a 10-year-old boy. It does look like it hit that very first girder, kept going through, and looks like it took a little bit out of 3 different pieces of the underside of the bridge, as well as ripping up a whole bunch of rebar. I sent the photographs. That bridge, by the way, is still closed, maybe for some foreseeable future. Now, CBS News reports the clearance of the overpass was just over 17 feet, and loads over 14 feet need a special permit. Yingling did not have any permits for the load he was hauling. Charges have not yet been filed, but DOT right now working to determine if the overpass is actually even repairable, but believes it will indeed remain closed for an extended period of time. The DOT, Colorado, said they're probably going to get a hold of Yingling's insurance to cover the cost of repairs to said bridge. Anyway, the long-term plan is there to be a new bridge there, as was expansion of I-25 in that section anyway, but they said funding for that is not in place just yet. Got a recall to throw your way here. Daimler Trucks issuing a recall for certain Freightliner and Western Star trucks due to a possible engine control module defect that could increase the risk of a crash. The recall was due to a defect in the ECM, which may actually experience an internal short circuit that could lead to an engine shutdown, increasing the risk of a crash. Daimler Truck says this affects a total of 1,375 trucks. 100% of the recalled vehicles will have the reported defect, so any of these vehicles. I guess it's pretty much all brand new trucks. 2023 model Freightliners, 108 SDs, 114 SDs, the business class M2 Cascadias. Again, a number of other 2023 Freightliner and 2023 Western Star trucks, all affected by this. They're working on a remedy for the defect, and I believe they said recall notices will be going out in September. So be aware, 2023 trucks. It is news break time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Some Donald Trump supporters are advocating violence in response to the FBI raid on the former president's home in Florida over documents, some of them classified, that Trump allegedly took improperly from the White House. Democratic Representative Pramila Jayapal of Washington is concerned.
I am worried that the violent rhetoric coming from my GOP colleagues around a president who really needs to be investigated, and the January 6th committee has been showing that, is very disturbing.
We have the latest inflation numbers for you.
Inflation in July dropped slightly to 8.5% from 9.1% a month earlier. The decrease was announced Wednesday morning by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business.
You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Remember the other morning when I shared the story about the Tonga volcanic eruption that blasted what was described as an unprecedented amount of water into the stratosphere? So much so that they say, the scientists say it'll take 5 to 10 years for it to dissipate, and it will actually contribute to the planet warming. More global warming, huh? Now, somebody shared, yesterday, I guess, day before yesterday, the headline. The story is from jpl.nasa.gov, the actual government website, for crying out loud. That's the Jet Propulsion Laboratories, nasa.gov. It's the real deal. And Facebook actually puts a disclaimer on it. Like that, the whole fact checker thing. They've got the link below. See how the average temperature in your area is changing. Explore climate science information, where obviously they're going to tell you, it's all about man-made global warming. That's where the true climate change issues are. It's not the planet itself. Give me a break. You want to fact-check NASA? The government website? Come on. I digress. Rob is on board, I believe. What's going on, Rob?
Morning, Steve. Just like you just mentioned, boy, that moon is just beautiful tonight. Couple things. I know you're getting to the end here. I'm not a lawyer, and I don't pretend to play one. I slept in my own bed last night. I wasn't at a Holiday Inn.
Yeah.
But when it comes to evidence against Trump and raiding his place, doesn't anything, in order for them to use anything against him, wouldn't they need to have a witness when they found it? Like, you watch enough movies where the cops raid somebody's house and they slip a bag of little drugs in their sock drawer.
Yep.
Look what we found here. Look what we found here.
Yep.
So why wouldn't they have let his lawyer in there when they were taking these? I don't understand it.
And why would
it doesn't make any?
And why would they want the surveillance cameras turned off? I mean, it all to me spells something sinister.
How can How can they say anything that they found was legitimate?
Actually, there. Yep.
Right. And one thing real quick, related to Disney, I believe about 5 years ago at your previous employer, you read a story about them cleaning house on a bunch of their employees. I think their wages, I don't know if they had topped out at their wage scale, and that I'm not sure exactly why they wanted to release them, but they were replacing them
with foreign
workers that
correct
have made much less. And if they didn't train their replacements, they would get no type of severance or unemployment whatsoever. So I have no use for Disney. I don't watch their movies. I don't give them a nickel of my money after I heard that story that you read. I mean, I know people need to make a living, but that was just wrong. So anyway, that's all I got, Steve.
I do kind of remember that whole hubbub. That's probably been, time flies. What's it been, 5-6 years ago? They forget how many hundreds of employees that they were bringing in foreign workers to replace them. And I guess the whole union, I'd have to go back to the archives, see how did that ultimately settle out? But it was a mess for a while there. Not positive advertising, not positive publicity at the time for Disney. All right, it is 844-3388. Next year, they tell us. Next year could be a record year for U.S. crude oil production, according to the Energy Information Administration, their short-term energy outlook, which, to me, this would say, apparently, obviously, the shale operations, the fracking operations, those sort of things, they must be going back. I think Big Ed a few weeks ago said that they're out there, they're working the fields, they're opening more wells. The outlook released on the 9th, which would have been Tuesday, predicting U.S. crude production will average 11.9 million barrels per day this year. By next year, that number jumps to 12.7 million barrels per day, a 70,000 barrel per day increase from their July outlook. Now, the forecast would still break the previous mark of 12.3 million barrels per day that was set in 2019. At the same time, global consumption also is expected to increase according to their outlook. They're estimated 98.8 million barrels per day of petroleum and liquid fuels were consumed globally in July of this year, an increase of about 1 million barrels per day from last year. They say they expect that number to increase by another 2.1 million barrels per day in 2023. We'll be at a 101.5 million barrels per day by the end of next year. They're also forecasting crude prices. Spot price of Brent crude will average 105 per barrel this year. They're forecasting 95 per barrel for next year. According to the August outlook, the U.S. retail diesel price gallon would be $5.49 in the third quarter of this year. They predict that will fall to $5.02 per gallon by the fourth quarter of this year. As far as gasoline, the forecast calls for an average of $4.39 per gallon for diesel in the U.S. This is largely the result of low inventory levels and 93% utilization of the refineries in the third quarter of this year. Everything could change, though, because there's still uncertainty about the Russia-Ukraine situation. And, of course, you got to pay attention what's going to be happening with the tropics. Because after 3 early season named storms, the tropics just kind of came to a standstill for 6 consecutive weeks now. But they do say there are signs of life. A couple of areas in the basin for potential development. I know they interviewed the guy from Gas Buddy earlier who said that was also his concern. If you get a major storm, Category 3 hurricane coming together there in the Gulf of Mexico, down off the coastal areas of Texas or Louisiana, we could see, Katie barred the door. Prices could overnight begin to skyrocket once again. But all right, back to the phones here. And Blind Man, I believe it is. Hey there.
Hey, Steve. Yesterday, I was listening to WCBM, and every week, Congressman Andy Harris, who's a representative for the Eastern Shore and the only Republican congressman in the state of Maryland, did his weekly appearance, and I got through, and I said, look, when you have this vote coming up on Friday for the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, why don't you guys do what they do in the Canadian Parliament or the British Parliament and go hear, hear every time the Democrats get up to speak, or just walk out? And Andy was saying, you know, that's a great idea. Maybe we'll all do that, just walk out so they can't have a quorum. But knowing these Democrats, they'll vote anyway, quorum or no quorum, but at least they'll be on the record. We'll know who the people are who voted for this, and hopefully the people out there will wake up enough to throw all these people out in November.
Hold them accountable, in other words.
Exactly. So I expect to see a lot of fireworks this Friday when the Democrats try to shove this through. And also, now there's a lithium shortage, and that's going to cause the price of the electric cars to skyrocket, and nobody's going to be able to afford to get one.
I had the story where Ford just announced the electric F-150, the Lightning. I think they said the price on that's going to go up like $6 or $8 per vehicle.
Yes, and nobody's going to be able to afford it. And also something in the bill where certain electric cars will not be eligible for the so-called
right, yep.
$7,500. And
yep.
so one of my friends was jokingly telling me, well, maybe you can get a golf cart.
I was trying to look for. I had that story printed up about the F-150, but either way, yeah, they are citing the increased cost to make the batteries. So you got to pass them.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all. I mean, I think the cheapest Ford F-150 Lightning is like $47,000. The stripped down base model. Yeah, the high end one's like $93,000. So you're talking adding another $6,000 to $8,000 on. You'd be talking $100,000 vehicle.
Yeah, and also I hate these cars because they don't make a sound at all. So when I'm at an intersection waiting to cross the street, I don't know they're there because they don't make any noise. They're supposed to, but I always ask my Democrat friends, I say, why do you want to kill the blind with these electric cars?
Yeah, interesting. Yep, I know you've cited that on more than one occasion. You can't hear them.
Oh, yes, I have.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's all the baloney I got for tonight.
Thank you, blind man. Have a good morning. Well, we're on the topic of electric vehicles, we've all been citing this. How many times have I said? We've got a power grid that's strained as it is today, and we're looking at adding literally millions of electric vehicles, sucking up juice to charge them. Remember the numbers we shared here? The report a couple of weeks ago, I shared the audio of the discussion. If you plug in your electric vehicle, how much energy is that drawing? And I think this was the testimony. Congress, they were questioning Pete Buttigieg, no less. And he had no idea. And the representative said, well, I have the numbers. Let me share this with you. It would be the equivalent of plugging in 25 refrigerators in your home, your electric vehicle charging. Do you think the power grid is up to the task of every household plugging in 25 refrigerators in their home? It's like, no, hell no. I mentioned that because story this past day, I think Glenn Beck was kind of talking about it on The Blaze. Yeah, the transportation industry, there are concerns about the use of electric vehicles in the event of, say, a natural disaster. What if there's an evacuation? Florida, for example. Yeah, with more and more people switching to the electric vehicle, the demand for electricity and charging stations would be off the charts. During the first quarter of this year, new car registrations dropped by 18%, they tell us, At the same time, new electric vehicle registrations increased by 60%. Now, keep in mind, that may sound like a really big number, but if memory serves, electric vehicle sales last year, I believe, were approximately 4% of vehicles sold. So you don't have to have a whole lot more to see an increase of 60%. But obviously, more and more people are buying into the EV thing. The growing popularity has some experts concerned how these vehicles would perform during massive evacuation scenarios. Specifically, transportation experts considered hurricane, earthquake, or wildfire disasters. According to fueleconomy.gov, the average electric vehicle can travel more than 100 miles on a full charge. Some models, they say, can reach 300 miles. Most electric vehicles take 3 to 12 hours to recharge, though. Now, the rapid charging vehicles, as quickly as maybe 30 minutes. But the Journal of Transportation published a report in 2020 examining the challenges of utilizing electric vehicles during a hurricane evacuation in Florida, no less. Report found Florida would face a serious challenge in power supply, with 6 out of 9 main power authorities in the state, especially those in mid-Florida, being short of power during the evacuation process, explaining that an overload of the power supply would initiate what they would call a cascading failure of the entire power network. Let's have hundreds of thousands of people trying to get out of harm's way in their electric vehicles, and the power grid goes down. Now what are we going to do? I mean, there's more to the story, but as I said, every time you turn around, more negativity about this whole push to go green, to go electric vehicles. Be careful what you wish for, because there's always this thing called unintended consequences. Ever heard of that? We'll be back in 2.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Oh my, another officer shot in the line of duty, apparently this past evening, over toward the Ohio-Indiana line. Now, the first report, a little before 10 o'clock this past evening, citing Richmond police officer Sierra Burton, 4-year veteran with the department, seriously wounded when a suspect fired multiple shots during a traffic stop. The chief says, we need the community to pray for her. I ask you to pray for the officer. Let's see, Indiana State Police gave the account of what they believe happened at that point. It started about 7 p.m. They say the suspect drew a weapon, fired multiple shots at the officer, and got away on foot after another officer returned fire and other officers who were on the scene gave chase. Suspect was also hit by gunfire. How many times at this point, we don't know. But both Officer Burton and the suspect were taken to Miami Valley Hospital. Suspect's condition still not known. But Officer Burton, they say, was a canine handler, fine officer, who was engaged to be married, I believe, next weekend, according to the chief. Wow. The mayor also attended the media briefing, said this is a heavy evening in our community. Officer Burton's worked hard for this community. This will not be tolerated. Speaking of the shooting. Now, update that came out here about 1 a.m. this morning. They've identified the suspect as a 47-year-old Philip Lee of Richmond. While officers were speaking with him, he allegedly pulled out a gun, firing several shots toward officers. Burton, of course, struck by gunfire. He fled on foot, but was shortly thereafter apprehended. He was treated for gunshot wounds by the officers on the scene, then transported by ambulance to Reed Hospital in Richmond. Now, the concerning part is the officer, 28-year-old Sierra Burton, first transported by ambulance, then airlifted to a hospital in Dayton, where she is listed in very critical condition this morning. So they said updates as more information becomes available. Prayers for Officer Burton and the family engaged to be married next weekend. Wow. So, all right, with that, we'll have to close things out. Out of time here on a Thursday. Have a great day. Thanks so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. We'll do it all again, rolling into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.